As we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's make sure everything's looking okay, which it seems to be. And yeah, let's jump in. And as the title says, I'm gonna record the rifle video starting very early today in comparison to most. Because yeah, I kind of have to do some stuff in the afternoon, turns out, where physically be away, so
entering safe area.
For once we're jumping in extra early. And for the rifle video, I do want to make a thing that I've been meaning to make. I'm not sure what the best place would be to do it. So I'm gonna get a few here. Though yeah, the thing is, if I'm somewhere away from a stash, I need to basically have one of every weapon on me. I already have a bunch. So we just need, what would I need? I would just need the rest. That seems doable. Should we do it per variant? We should technically do it per variant if we're gonna do it anyway. Does that do that? Okay. So that's one of those. That or that. Those. One of those. These. That we technically already have. These two we technically already have. One of these. That, and that. Do we have one of each? Don't I have a normal SIG in here? Oh, that's equipped. Okay. That explains that. Oh, wait, let's grab this for a second. So ICR, M1s, then one ACQB. Actually, we can just look at this list, of course. Make sure we have one of each. Kind of. Yeah. Not line though on this, so the double police or the double Mark 17 with the police and the military. Let's lock this a little tighter. That rubber's starting to go. It's always annoying on stands. Maybe get a new one. Yeah, I want a CQB. Let's say with the personals. 16. This one USC. CQB. Sure. That thing is as a stand-in. Mark 17. Military and police. MDR, SIG, A06, LVOC, and the lightweight M4, and then stand in for the Resolute and the UIC. So actually make sure all of these are with the plus rounds and no longer a stability under barrel. Or a stability mag, I mean. Yeah. Yeah. So all of those. Okay. Where is there a big fat wall we can shoot at? There's also a lot of space. And it's preferably just flat. Preferably is not in the way of patrols. The walls on Tidal have hit demarcations. And actually, if we have a spot inside, then the lighting as well would just be flat. So maybe somewhere inside, actually. Technicians. Atomic takes way too long to get inside. Yeah, doesn't have any untextured walls. 70 untextured walls anywhere? Or well, like not heavily, like. Why is the game too detailed? I'm just overthinking this. Is it just somewhere a big fat wall that we could easily use? So let me just go looking. Yeah, let's just go looking. And hey there, runner. And indeed, good morning. And for once, it is actually morning. I don't usually stream in the mornings. But today is an exception as I'll have to do some stuff later. Yes, I want like a plain white wall, but then a big fat plain white wall. Like this isn't even too bad, but yeah, like preferably like actually plain and white. Like trying to visualize some of these mission location parts. Some of the corridors maybe here in Grand Washington, although just isn't. It isn't a big fat wall. Wait, maybe some of the bounty or side mission locations would be more, because they are usually less detailed. Actually, doesn't this have a big flat? Let's have a look there. Because yeah, what we're wanting to make, or what I want to make, is fill in that picture we had there with I don't know, this might be brick textured. No, this is brick texture. This camera, yeah, no, lose the. Can't even see where it's landing. Why is I should no, I can't. How's this so hard? I'm kind of thinking of like buildings like these, but also like isn't a big flat wall anyway. God damn it! There's like this is mostly like white. So let's go have a peek around here. You know, this wouldn't be actually too horrendous for it. I was kind of there you go. Yeah, this is kind of hey, maybe. Well, this is way too short distance. But also, wait, oh, hey, snitch.
Here's the location.
What faction?
Got some new contracts, Agent.
Oh, it doesn't save. This is snitch. Wait, no. Doesn't his... Oh, we're on normal. Doesn't it normally say what faction it is? No, I'm pretty certain it usually says what faction it is. Maybe this is just because we're on normal. You know, these aren't the worst looking walls. Let's actually try. Although, also what I should do for doing this, just for easier doing. I think I already have some set up, right? No, I don't. What isn't used? Is J used? No. I'm gonna put a big fat J there. Because then I can just release the mouse instead of trying to lift it up when firing. Yeah. Also, yeah, there being a wall here. Wait, bullet decals on this side. They're a little they're a little misplaced. Does this work? That corridor seems better. Current best rifle. There in the rifle category, more so than anywhere else, there is no best. It is a category in which there's actually a bunch of choices. Overall, so I can link you to the DPS tables here. So this is on build version of this. This lives in the put that in both chats. This is a file in in that folder. Overall, I would say my general pick out of this is the SIG 716 CQB because it's one of the better handling ones in here. The Mark 17 is definitely usable as well, but gives up on RPM and gives a little bit. While the burst here looks kind of okay, and the sustain kind of looks okay. Especially, yeah, you sometimes just need to hit a little bit more than that. But actually, the Mark 17 is still very usable. So I think actually that overall picks for me are like the 716 CQB, specifically the CQB, and the Mark 17, because both of those are kind of handleable in here. The MDR, the USC, the M1A CQBs and stuff, they're very unhandleable. And then yeah, classic M1A can still also decent-ish pick. But you're going into those reloads pretty often. Let's see, with daytime... Actually, maybe with daytime here, we just use these walls. Because then also it's flat. Because one of the concerns I have is there will be... Yeah, this seems like a fine enough wall. There are many like it, but this wall is mine. So let's actually go the order of the bursters here. So M16. Actually, no, what we should do, we should just take this list, slap it here. Okay. And just go down this list. So M16. Actually, what would be the best? Should do this on a build that has no accuracy stability, which this build qualifies as. Why did it disappear? Not supposed to disappear. Wait, this. Or we just take the name from in here. Wait, why do decals on these walls disappear? That makes no sense. That's not. And let's write a little bit more over here. Well, actually, if they disappear, that could actually be useful. We can keep shooting the same spot, but then we just need to quickly take our screenshots. Also, I should really. I don't have that rifle macro anymore, do I? Because yeah. not firing at full RPM here. Although actually, so the pattern is kind of hard to wait again. Okay. Let's take one more. It's hard to do with left hand, or I have less control. Maybe I should just try it with right. Just made a middle finger. Because yeah, I'm overcycling it there. So no. But yeah, we need this also to always be the same size, of course. So maybe we take it from third person. Put our head right there. And we use that as our. There we go. So maybe we did like this. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see a second one, and especially once we reach kind of the ones that have. Again, here it stays. Why doesn't it stay there? Oh, okay. Stays as long as I'm looking at it. Okay, that's fine. Actually, that works out. That works out first. Yeah, let me catch up here. Play Division 1 before how to go to the next vault here. I'm still gonna, but I'm stuck at 4. You need to reach a certain. I've played Division 1 before. Yeah. You need to reach a certain gear score before it lets you like level up. It says it, if I remember right, it says like what gear score you need to reach before it lets you like advance. It should just say it in like that menu where you change in the map. There's the menu you change world tiers. It should say what the requirement is for the next one. And yeah, at least with these other ones, it's a little easier because, oh yeah, also the M6, yeah, it's behind me now. But yeah, we're just gonna go down the list of these and just, yeah, kind of visualize the recoil, because ARs, SMGs, LMGs, we don't really need to talk about recoil and stuff that much. Like, some of the weapons are definitely better handling than others. But, like, a FAMAS versus a CTAR is not that big of a difference, and FAMAS versus a Carbine 7 isn't that big. I mean, it's a difference, but it's not the differences we're about to see here. Also, so one thing I want to add to this list as well is if it recenters or not. So maybe we just make, yeah, let's just make some text. White text. Recenters. And instead of Reese's Pieces centers, oh yeah, recenter. Yeah. So now we'll take this, put that, yeah. Although maybe we do it differently. I had a feeling we're gonna need this whole thing. Maybe we do check like green and yeah, that's maybe a nicer way of doing it. Box green. Then we copy paste a box and we go red. Okay, yeah, this might be a visually better way. And I have no reds yet. Yeah, this kind of works as our system, and then yeah, let's get most of our shit in here, and then we'll. Although yeah, you guys can't see, but yeah, this is likely with the amount of weapons we have here, this is gonna go all the way to the right, and likely all the way to the top there as well, because some of these weapons they have recoil. So next up, I'm on a CQB. And also, yeah, I'm going to do the CQB and the SOCOM separately. Did I grab a SOCOM? I did grab some. So both at the ready. Start with the CQB though. And this is kind of nice because my back is up here, so it's always the same range. Whatever this range is, just as long as it's the same for all of them. Yeah. Although maybe we need more range to kind of quantify. Because this doesn't really show the accuracy issues that this thing has just because it's too short. Maybe we do it from here. So is it me just looking away making them disappear? Doesn't seem like it there. Yeah, let's maybe do it from this distance then. You know what? Let's just... As well. Let's just get all of these weapon names in here. Because if I don't have to cut these out every time... Then we can just focus on the recoil. Also, yeah, let's actually check for recentering. This definitely doesn't. Yeah. Actually, let's put this. Okay. Yeah, let's do that part, and then we can try some of the more recoily ones. Also, yeah, kind of put this side on a distance because, yeah, that that might have been too close range. USC SIG 716. Oh no, this is gonna be the CQB first. I don't have that name, of course. Eh. Let's go back to the range. At least I found the wall. And neither is me. Still stuck in the area. But yeah, I found it. I'm guessing. Because I have an artist tool there. Then also, yeah, we'll need. Let's get this 716 CQB. Then also, yeah, we'll need the resolutes later on. But yeah, we can actually do that testing here now. So, because I care about two things. One is having a list of showing which ones recenter and which ones pull up. So not only recenters or tries to, but it pulls up a little bit. Mark 17s. Put all of these names in one go. No. Urban MDRs, the other SIG. Might put the SIG side by side though. Yeah, I might do it like that. So the military is worse. Yeah. I should be doing these two SIGs. Which one's technically the better handling? Using the text boxes in here is always super annoying because it tries to center them, but that's not actually how that works. Text isn't in the middle of it. Urban MDR. Wait, let's actually, yeah, let's put the better version first, which in this case is also the CQB, right? Yeah, so. Okay, well, yeah, SIG. Place Mark 17, Urban MDR, ACRSS. 1986. LDRC. Lightweight M4. That wasn't a really clean cut there. That's with M4. Resolute Mark 47. And the UIC. UIC. Let's wait them for. Now we have just enough space to include maybe the exotiques. Yeah, let's actually get the recenters. Doesn't recenter thing done. Oh, that's already equipped. Those recenters, right? Yeah. So there's the 716. Okay. This list can go because we have all of them, right? Actually, double check because otherwise I'll miss one. USC, SIGs, Police Mark 17, or well, the Mark 17s, Urban MDR. The other SIG is that's here. ACRSS, 1886, LUAC, so that list can go now. Mark 17s. And I'm just not gonna go by memory, but these recenter. Let's just make sure. I mean, yeah, the other one is the same. But just for my sanity. MDR doesn't. Let's make sure. ACRSS doesn't. Right. Wait, how did we mess this up? How are they not all in line with each other? We have a literal grid system here. I mean, how did I mess that up? Okay. Impressive. 1886. I mean, 1886, like, yeah, technically resenders, right? Yeah. And if those wondering what I mean with that is basically like in comparison to like this, where when I fire a shot, it just goes up and up and up. It's firing so fast that instead of coming back down after that shot, you're going up so much higher that. And most of it is gonna basically be down to. But yeah, if the rate of fire is basically more than the. Because all rifles try to go back to center, like even including like that one and the MDR here. but if you actually continuously fire them, they go way higher than their than that. LVIC, and all of these are. And recall wise, it is actually one of those things. So for instance, the LVIC here is pretty bad at it, but then with some weapon handling, you can actually fix that up. It's basically a representation of RPM, really, for being honest. Because even technically the SIG does like not completely come back to center, but it pulls up so slightly that, like, yeah, we can consider that being able to recenter itself before the next shot. Definitely also won't. If the LVAC won't, that won't. What? Oh, you can directly type text into these? I wasn't even aware of that. Language up here. I was like, stuff in my 6QB. 6QB is pretty good. And then M16. M16 actually, yeah, looking pretty good if you're willing to click. You're still willing to click. I need a Dark Knight. Use the Merciless more so. How much weapon handling does it need? I mean, kind of depends how. Because yeah, it never really becomes super stable. Because it is without any weapon handling here. But honestly, even without any weapon handling, well, nah, not really. Not at those kind of ranges. 20. Oh, that's what I didn't. Oh, good thing. Forgot I have a secondary exotic equip, so I didn't even equip there. Like, this doesn't feel like the. Because also that's auto. But yeah, even without weapon handling, just a watch, you can make it work. So yeah, how much do you need kind of is really dependent on yourself. Because, you know, it's a lot of recoil compensation, but you can definitely, you know, land mostly on target. This would be better if these were a little invulnerable, so we can actually, you know, continue firing and they don't die in 2 shots. But it's also the range set to normal. Yeah. Like, the question is, do you need more than this? I would say yes, because that's way too much recoil compensation. But then kind of if we go to like a build like this, is this maybe then too much? Because this one has, this is with the 3-piece Via and Eagle's Grasp, so this has like 45. Weapon handling 45. And it feels a lot better here, of course. Like, I don't have to recoil compensate as much. But now have we given up too much damage? Like, that's a decision you have to kind of make. I would say already even having just that Eagle's Grasp helps it quite a bit. So kind of a setup like this, I would be kind of okay with. Without the 3-piece Via even. But yeah, I will be perfectly fine running this. The thing is though that the Merciless just doesn't have like that good of a damage. Even Wharton. It is usable, but yeah, I wouldn't like, if you're using it, you're kind of just wanting some explosions and stuff. It's not It's not a top weapon, not the way that situationally a Vindicator can be, like situationally a rifleman, a rifle can be, or there's even like a flatline rifle can be really good. Um, and yeah, for instance, strikers. Although, yeah, if you're maining the merciless, this doesn't have the RPM for just getting striker going. TP build. You could. The thing is, though, you want like explosions upon explosions. I could see that. But then, yeah, you're definitely going for something a little more exotic. If you just want the explosion, then maybe even going. This wouldn't be a good build per se, like damage wise, but you could go Ninja Bike 3-piece, True Patriot on. Although you would have to have the chest, which you're kind of. Yeah, no, you can't have the Eagle's Grasp. Yeah, chest would suck. Because I was thinking going Eagle's Grasp and Fox's Prayer. And then you get like the 2-piece Zvia and like the 1-piece plus the accuracy, because the accuracy would help here as well. It does jump around a little bit off the center point. But then you would have to have the True Patriot chest, which you just don't want. That thing is too much of a damage loss. But I would, yeah, more maybe pair it with the setup. Like if you just want the merciless explosion, like that setup I had here. Although you wouldn't want it with spotter, like I have it here. No, you would want something else there. But this has 45 weapon handling. This is basically braced on at all times, and then you actually get to keep your chest down. Like this is actually, like I would be fine running this because like even if I don't recoil compensate, so I'm just firing with the keyboard now. It's kind of, although this might be just too much as well. This might be too much of a good thing. Too much weapon handling and not enough damage, but that's kind of what that setup is also for. Let's go back to something that doesn't have weapon handling. Okay, you could actually have like a red setup like this, or even like somewhat blue, but then instead of the Grupo having the Eagle's Grasp. But although no, you would want 2-piece Via. Although you would also want Fox. That's kind of a thing for rifle now. You kind of want Fox's Prayer and 2-piece Via. In a sensible way, like that. The both are really good. That's why we end up with high end so often. Yeah, let's go back to this. This definitely has no weapon handling at all. Yeah, let's continue our work here. The Resolute will recenter soul the UIC. Make sure of that. And actually, maybe what we should do is for some of these other weapons that kind of pull up a little bit, maybe we make it orange. That might be an idea. So what I maybe should do is actually put in. Let's go to the void for that. And this is at 0% weapon handling. Let me just put this in up here. As a F, like the dependency on recentering kind of depends on stability. Of course, it's vertical recoil. But then let's maybe, yeah, let's maybe make gradations. So yeah, for instance, if we take the M1A that'll be 320. I mean, that basically still is recentering. Then the SIGs. Honestly, yeah, I would consider all of those recentering. Okay. Let's go back to our wall. Hopefully, we don't have a names group there. Explosion plus team damage for team playing. We're not getting hard to find players. Matchmaking usually works out pretty well. Although, yeah, the thing is, just so you, in case you weren't aware, True Patriot isn't very strong as a group buff. You have, for instance, things like OD, which would also work decently well with, so ongoing directive gear set, which would also work well decently with rifles. But that basically do a much better job of a team buff. Because that True Patriot kind of is like, they've already kind of said they're likely to buff True Patriot and kind of needs. Okay, we're back here. Yeah, let's maybe redo these because the distance wasn't far enough there. So let's start with the M16. The downside of this is, of course, the M16, like, this car also isn't straight. You know what? We'll take like this position, and then like aim there. Do I make a quick macro, or do I just try to get the best that I can? I think I'll just go for getting the best that I can, just hand-wise. Bullet holes? Can I have some bullet holes? Why is this wall so weird? You know what? We get like one shot of bullet holes and then nothing. Okay. So we'll stand on like the thing there and then shoot. Elijah, yeah, it disappears here anyway, so we can reuse the same spot. And I'm just gonna do one per weapon because otherwise we'll be here. And for some I might do a few because some are a little bit more spread out. But like, yeah, the M16 is straight up, so I just want to convey. Like, for instance, maybe like if we get a way too lucky a spread or a way too unlucky a spread for this thing. Because I would actually say maybe that first one was a bit unlucky. Oh, actually, I should just not have my hand on the mouse. No. Just to be like kind of fully certain. Feel if this one's like either of those three would be fine, right? Let's take either of those. Never mind. Didn't want those anyway, game. As they disappear. You know what? That fort, this one seems pretty representative of our general average. Why does that seem more? Oh wait, did I actually? Yeah, I did. Yeah, we're not ADSing. That'll come into play in a little bit. So come. Ammo, of course, is a concern. I realize now. Yeah, we need to have gunner equipped and just. Let's take for this. I feel not ADS. Oh, God damn it! Fuck you two, game. Let's go get gunner. Other gun. Shit. Gunner is gonna give us a weapon handling when we stand still. I need to remove that perk. Yeah, that won't work. Yeah, that's the only. So, one play. Oh yeah. Although, well, it definitely had its moments of of being the meta. For quite a while, it was the meta. Oh, actually, what we should do as well. I realize now because that matters. Is max size because yeah, like when this is firing 50 rounds and getting that spread. Um, well, actually, yeah, we just have a few different. Sizes. Not that many. Because we have Mac that, Mac 40, Mac 30, and then Mac 40. Like I'm missing one. Which one am I missing? Mac. Yeah. God damn it. Because it always plays the bit it is underneath. We'll move all of this up by a bit. Mac 50, Mac 15, 15, and 15. How are you not aligning with that? What happened here? How about you two? Just leave for a second. Wait, how are you in line with that but not with this then? How does that work? There we go. It's fine. It's fine. How is it in line with these but not? I'm being gaslit. The RS40, right? Yeah. This one's 50. No, there's no center. Okay. Just both of these are 50. And we just need 1886 because I forgot about that. Maggie. Keep adding shit to this, which is exactly the way that we make things take way too long. Busy for yeah. Although yeah, that's that. At least it's just one stat with the gear set, so it's not too horrendous. And a dealing mark. Umbra, though, you wouldn't ever know what your rate of fire could like. It's already a pretty higher rate of fire weapon, which you need to click yourself. So you're gonna take this to like 600, and you can't ever really be sure what your like actual RPM is. I feel that would be like because in the past as well, like now that we have auto rifles, where Umbra works okay with them, but still the like normal fire ones, because yeah, it's kind of, I'm not saying you can't get used to it, but you're putting yourself in a position to have to get used to it. Yeah, so let's continue on this thing. So SOCOM. Fire with the keyboard. Let's do a few and kind of take a representative one. I know, definitely applying some bias here, but this also isn't like completely to be its own thing, so I just wanna. So all I really want is just for that one to kind of be able to discuss the recoil pattern differences of the rifles, because yeah, at least with rifles there's definitely such a big difference between some of them that yeah, you kind of need to. I'm just gonna hands off the mouse and just fire with the keyboard. And this is the reason this picture is so big. There's a shit like this. Am I ADS? No. It's just big. 716. I know what, let's maybe do like 2. Yeah. That one was, I get the feeling, a min roll. I don't know, it's about the average, turns out. Wait, did that one also go all the way that high? Because we keep ending up like there. Yeah, we kind of consistently actually end up all the way up there. Is that just too far for bullet holes to show? All these walls like this? Just to check. Apparently that's just outside of render range. Or something. Well, fuck. Let's go. Stand back here again. Yeah, we kind of consistently end all the way up there, but we just, the bullet holes there aren't showing. But then also, so this one's so big we need different, maybe we do it from here then. And then it's And then we have to get the screenshots like this. The USC is one of the worst anyway, so if we can get this one in there, because what would be worse than a USC? Nothing really, right? ZRSS would be equivalently. Actually, not even. Wait, was it not reloaded correctly? Guess it wasn't reloaded. Oh, that's our that's our max height. Yeah, how do we represent these then? God damn it. How does that one ACQP look at this range? The thing is, like, these things look way too accurate at these ranges. I try to just find another spot then. Or, yeah, no, fuck it. Let's just go with... Wait, where's the ACRSS? Oh, that's of course not having... yeah. And that's nighttime as well. Damn it. If it is actually disappearing, what we might as well just do is... Because we could try to find a range between those two. That it's not as bad as being as close. This is about this is about the same as that. And then so this definitely is less than that, right? Yeah. Oh, we do this. We just align with this thing. And then shoot here. Yeah, there's a... That's a texture boundary. That's what we get for not reloading. Oh, Windows. Damn. Whose idea was this? Supposed to be something easy that I just wanted to have in there. It's not gonna work with some of the recall patterns that we have. Let's just go find somewhere else. Where's the... How do I not know a big flat white wall somewhere? Preferably inside where it's lit. Maybe in here? This is a pretty... But then... Big white wall. Feel around Lincoln there should be one, right? And yeah, let me catch up here as well. And hey there, Mad Boy Lane. And hey there as well, Red Tiger. Is the wall in here kind of usable maybe for what I'm trying to do?
Black Tusk has taken over the memorial to control access to the bridge. Get them out of there.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what I'm on. We'll be fine. Yeah.
I have a hostile. UAV.
Although yeah, these walls, I don't think the decals despawn as fast.
Enemy helicopter approaching.
Also, maybe is it graphic settings? I want to deal with. Why did I take the invaded version? Give me the normal version. If it wasn't invaded, it wouldn't even be active. As a mission. Oh, it is audio out of sync? It is. How did that happen? Let me fix that. I know, thanks for pointing it out. Although yeah, I might have not noticed it cutting out. Usually it's either when I'm like restarting the game or something. Or like swapping accounts, but...
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces.
So
They
let's check
maintain
out
this
the
outpost.
starters.
The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
I found him.
For the radio? Yeah, no worries. Quite often, when we have the option, we try to like spread the love around and like
Find some cover.
raid as many people as we kind of, you know, especially people that kind of seem to be enjoying their time. And
Visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed
yeah,
from here.
and,
Agent, you need
and I
to find a way
appreciate
to open
you.
that gate.
And yeah, let me catch up here. Real fast with Emery, yeah. Yeah, let's see. We have like a bunch of white wall here. And we do have decent, although yeah, I'm pretty sure this wall doesn't reset. Let's maybe take it from this distance. Oh, yeah, let's maybe just start again with the 16. Although we can reset the world to just get these off. Also, I have no idea. Is actually maybe settings affecting this? Because yeah, what would this even fall under? Kind of general quality. Maybe. Or object detail. Let's see. Let's just see how this actually looks. Because is at least being in a mission. Ah, yeah, it does this cracked marble kind of effect. That doesn't. Nah, that doesn't work for us. Maybe the pillars. I think this is too dark for. Man, how are there no white walls anywhere? Just a big flat white wall, a tall one. And then also preferably inside. Maybe actually the. Although I think that's gonna have the same issue as here, right? God damn it! I wanted to already be way done with this.
Damn it! No! Oh no!
So why am I doing it with this? I should just be. Let's open two clips just to get to that point real quick. So let's see the downstairs. Because that at least is well lit as well.
Gunfire! You can't hide from us! On me! Shit!
How about you?
You wanna see what I can do?
No, I really don't.
Damn! Yeah!
Anyways, man, boy, I catch your hand. As I'm kind of usually not streaming this early. This is just because this afternoon I have to do a bunch of stuff, so it's like I either do it now or not at all.
All clear. I repeat, the compound
And I
is
definitely want to
all
get the
clear.
rifle video
That
kind
can't be all of
of
them.
done and
Check the interior while I get
try and
Henry's people
get
to maintain the
this
perimeter.
thing, but apparently it's kind of hard to just find a flat surface, dude. Outside, should have just done. At this point, I should have just done it at the range. The thing was at the range, like it's a small patch that you kind of have.
I saw someone! Check it out!
But at this point, I should have just done it there and then just reset every time because you can just log out, log in. Get a fresh wall. That was like, you know what? I want to just do it all. God damn it. Sometimes hindsight.
Get the fuck up!
Damn it. The true sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area beneath you with increased security. Isaac can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking
Oh yeah,
into.
these walls at least. They're not per se as tall as I would want them to be. But at least we have a lot of them, and they're decently lit. Oh yeah, distancing, because yeah, they're kind of uneven. Do we have a good like line for ourselves? Does this go? Okay, this is at least like a line. Let's at least like see how. There's also, yeah, it needs to be not like a plaster wall, because that's it is, but we still might just go with this. Yeah, let's just go with this. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, let's just do it at the range then. We can get consistency there as well. We'll just have to like log out and log in each time. All of this for finally deciding to just cut our losses. Let's see, the weapon with measured bonus and alternative can use another bonus because they don't really like measured. Yeah, as Lambda said there as well. Skiller can work well.
Come
Lights.
over here, Agent. Take a look at what I've got for you.
Strain is also, yeah, still okay overall, yeah. All that to finally just come back here. Oh yeah, this just isn't tall enough for rifles. That was the original issue, wasn't it? It's fine. I just can't find the RPM there, apparently. Really? How am I this bad at the RPM assembly? Yeah, let's it like this. What? No longer in line with it. This is actually, yeah, let's it's the downside. I'm not trying to do it with the mouse, but then I'm kind of out of, because I'm trying to do it with the keyboard, which is not as easy as kind of used to a mouse apparently. Although I might just take that as representative of this. This one is just the one non-auto for it. That's at least somewhat better. I'll take that. That's fine. The only... Oh, well, one of two non-autos, but the other one is just gonna be no thingy anyway. Yeah, and then fast travel should clear it as well, right? Maybe that's faster. Let's try. Also, the thing is, measured is a substantial damage increase, just to also like put that out there. You do have that recoil changing midway through, but that's also something that's honestly, as it stands now, you would want to just get used to. Like, measured is significantly higher than strained or optimist or any other choices you could have. It's basically around the same level as flatline without needing to be locked into technician and such. So and then we're gonna have to be way too close range actually. Yeah, let's just get this done. Let's just done this from the start. This way. Wait, don't we need this to be... Damn it. Such an idiot. Because for the later ones, we need it to be... Does that alter this that much? I mean, it would alter that one. Yeah, let's do it right. Like that. Accidentally hit X instead of Alt Tab. Oh, extended by a little bit, but it's not like I got a perfect RPM out of that anyway. Let's actually do another one. Yeah, that's a little bit more representative of the of that thing. It's annoying that like these don't just exist for the weapons that we need them to exist for. Best to be it. Skibby. I can't do that in that direction. Yeah. This isn't perfect, but we'll just reload. Yeah, you know what? We'll just cheat it a little. This is representative enough of what we want to convey. The angle up and down will matter, actually, because, you know, but not significantly. Also, we're doing like 1 here, which is not the way you want to do this at all. But I kind of know the patterns of these, and if there's like an outlier, then like that one was kind of an outlier for the SOCOM, because that should have like basically the same handling, at least at this range as from the so I should get a second look at this. Let me have a peek here as well for a second, as I'm gonna in my own world there. Was Lone Blueprint available in past seasons, and then a way to get it now? This came up a little bit ago. I don't remember what the conclusion was in the end. Definitely was available the season that it was in, or from. But I think somebody else had a similar issue. But I don't remember actually what we concluded at the end with it. But yeah, if you have all of the blueprints and stuff and you don't have it, then yeah, that would kind of lean towards. It would be a blueprint that would come from the boxes from control points. So if those are no longer dropping anything. But I think as well the Langmo one, or was it that it wasn't account sharing or something like that? So check maybe on all your characters. If you have multiple characters, if you have one main character that you've done control points with always, then yeah, that's. One thing about the Mark 17s, at least, is they're very consistent. So we kind of see that there. It's just consistently kind of do their thing. Yeah, let's go get ourselves a fresh wall. Continue here. And hey there, Charlie.
That simulation program
It's been a while.
active.
Oh, welcome back. Actually, oh, it's Envy and for today. Oh yeah, I don't have the. We're not gonna do deep prints. I wouldn't mind one, but still have time this season anyway. What I might try this evening is try to go for the Nemesis patch. Or we try to go for getting Nemesis after loop 8. Next step is Urban MDR. And I would rather have a taller wall than this and be a little bit further away from it, man. But yeah, we get what we get. Actually, I should put it there. As good as I'm expecting to hit the ceiling. Up to here. We'll just represent it like this. We'll make a better one in the future, but now just as a representation. I wonder, did I change my graphic settings recently? Is that what is causing it? I definitely remember the ceiling being able to have hit markers. Go away subtitles. So no. So up to here. Now you see. This one has an annoying pattern. Pulls right? Visible left, I don't remember. Pulls right. Actually, well, no, let's do this one first. 1886 is basically like no pattern anyway. Pulls right. So around 4. Further back than I want it to be. This slightly. That is in fact not cropping. It is in fact something else than cropping. Because what I really just want is just a representation of kind of how much each of these is a bitch to control. Because I feel this kind of explains this part of the story. Where we have weapons that... Oh, was that without any weapon handling still? Yeah. Because I've Gunner, but I've disabled that perk. So that perk isn't on. And last two. Resolute first. Here I see. I'll put that next to this likely. It's just gonna be basically like 3 holes next to each other. Basically. Yeah. I feel this is like a decent representation of what we wanted to represent there. Okay. That's all I wanted, game. Why did you have to make this so hard for me? Okay, let's put back our borrowed weapons. So everything that isn't marked, loadout, and go back. And I'm not very happy with just doing one of them, but we can expand on this somewhere in the future. Really, I just want a representation for them for now. Just something to point to and go like, hey, look at this silly lightweight M4 and how much it pulls out. Should actually have the RPMs next to there as well, but screw that, we're not doing that. I should have the RPMs next to it, shouldn't I? Yeah, RPMs need to be there. Right, so let's move everything up. Exactly the same spot. Yeah. Okay. She had thought about this earlier as well, actually. $400. No. How will you not? What? Sure. CQB 320. USC 420. So maybe as well put that for ACRSS. SIGs, actually we can just take. Okay. Polices 275. It'd be funny if I did like all of this and then like, why am I wearing Striker? Nah, we're not. It's 380, right? $120 or 100? Actually, I don't remember. 1886 100. Okay. Actually, we have that. I always forget which one is actually higher RPM, but that'll be always same as the MDR. Okay. Then Resolute. And UIC. There, this thing is done finally. Hardware explosion build would complement that. Looking for something that synergizes, if there's any. Like if you're like, are you trying to like really support him, or because the thing is, in like a real way, just being a red build, just having some form of red damage build, because the Seekers, same like with the Fire Eclipse or something like that, it will take care of a lot of the small stuff. A bunch of the reds and stuff won't jump out of it. But then the second you reach a Warhound, oh no, well actually Warhound take quite good damage from explosions, but or a heavy, which doesn't. Then you need basically something to kill those. So generally, like, if someone's running explosives or like, you know, or fire status effect kind of spells, the best thing to support them is actually just being something that can kill the rest, which is being a red build, basically. And hey there, Onion. And indeed, happy holidays. Yeah, so let's actually go get set up for actually starting recording that rifle video. Only 2 hours after I started the stream, I was like, I'll just make a quick thing in like half an hour. How long could it take? The answer is it took an hour and a half to make the decision that I should have made at the start. Let's just do it at the wall range. I was looking for a much taller wall to kind
Hostile
of
control point detected.
shoot at, but that didn't work out.
I wouldn't be here.
Turns out that just white walls that are not. Am I? No, it's of course be actually on the build that I wanna. That we're gonna kind of show. Instead with that combo. Although on this, why would I be? Why would I be tech? Yeah. I wouldn't mind actually. Spec. Let's go sharpshooter. Could have done that at Deliver. Although she does likely. With the loading screen. Could have just ran over there and gotten. Keep forgetting that there is a specialization table in Castle. But yeah, let's be sharpshooter because that makes the most sense here. Hey Ransom. Hey Cindy. A person shooting gun continuously. Which is what we're gonna of course use again as our thing. Actually, what is my number one spot? Emotes? I have. Wait, twice. Why is emotes disabled? Okay. No longer is something. Wait, what? That. Okay, now it works. What? I still can't bring up the emote menu even when it works, but just I have a button set for like emote 1, but then like when I trigger it, it actually just doesn't.
Hostile control point identified.
You know what? I feel. Actually, should I maybe apparel up in some way? Can I actually equip from here the bundle? I don't think I've used this yet, so let's use this. Just to be silly. That. Okay. These are just reading her gun safety rules. Anyway, let's prepare a folder real quick, and then we can hit record. Waiting for the hard disk to spin up, which takes a billion years apparently. Let's already make sure that these kind of work. This is on this to start with. Okay, so new folder 24. Wait, where does alt mark 25? That's not right. 23, 24, 12, 23. I was apparently jumped the gun a little bit there with some of those overviews. 3 of them are marked as, because I always just timestamp, like just use that as like the sorting thing. So, but yeah, those were 25, 12, and then like 20, which no, they weren't. Let's rename it as one rifle. What's the other one's called? Rifle in depth look. Let's also just take a description and a thumbnail file. Just take the LMG one. Edit later. Okay, that's all set up. I don't hate this as the intro. Just mansplaining. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, we'll go with that. Or does this look better, actually? Kind of think this looks even better. Let's do this. I know, we'll just wait for the next cycle to start and then we'll hit record. And yeah, what was my name again? Hi, I'm that dude. And for today's video, we're doing that stuff. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have that in-depth look into rifles, as we've done so for most of the other weapon types so far. We've done already ARs, SMGs, LMGs, and we've reached now up to rifles. The big table for it has been done for a few days now, not as long as some of the others. It is, of course, going to be linked down below, including this folder, which is the burst and sustain DPS folder. And it is the 4th file in there. If we go to it, it is a big list of rifles on a build. We'll show the build in a second. It is a high-end glass vigilance. And together with that, with most of the talents that I would say are useful and are also quantifiable, because some aren't as easily quantifiable as others. So yeah, we just admit defeat with those. And yeah, we're gonna go through this list. As always, everything will be time-stamped down below, and you can jump around as you want to. We're gonna start off by the premise and then go into our build that we'll be using. Then as well, we're actually going to do something here that we didn't per se do with the other ones, which is to specifically talk a little bit about handling and their, especially their recoil patterns of these weapons, because that matters quite a bit to here more so than most other classes. Most other classes, the outliers in the worst handling and best handling ones are pretty close to each other. In rifles, they're very far apart. So we want to discuss that for a little bit, and then of course we'll go into the big segment of talking about going through the burst DPS table here first. Then we'll go through the sustained DPS tables, and then as well we'll go as we did with the other videos, go into my stash basically, as we have a one of every variant of weapon in there as well, and we'll kind of discuss each weapon separately, kind of give my my thoughts on each one basically. And that might be also interesting if you don't want the full in-depth look and are kind of more interested in what weapons are and are not worth using. That final segment might be the thing for you. So yeah, let's go get started with our premise. Okay. I kind of feel like I know in like one take for once. We didn't need to do 17 takes of the intro. 2 minutes 33, which yeah, with the amount of explaining needed to do there, that's fine. Yeah. Let's go into this. So yeah, crit chance is there. Yeah. Actually, I should go here, right? So this at already up there. And to indeed set the scene kind of for this, we are of course here comparing the weapons on a build. That is specifically done because, for instance, if we go to the burst and sustain tables, and if we can actually zoom in already a little bit, we go to the burst tables here. There's a bunch of weapons that are -1 mod. That means that they will, in this case, I'm only really counting slots where crit chance or crit damage can go. If they're missing that, they're of course going to pay for that somewhere else, which is once you get them on build, you will have to make up for that. But then if we actually put it on a build, we can kind of compare there. And of course, talents. Some talents will benefit some weapons a little bit more than others. And of course, we have the exotics, which kind of have unique talents and will... I've tried to quantify them in some ways, but I wouldn't say I've done the best job on this one because especially Merciless and the Ravenous have damage talents, of course. It really, you could go 1,000 ways with them. I've gone with one specific way for the talent to be on, and then also just the base of it. And then as well, if we go back to the rifle, big list of rifles. So yeah, we do have a Coyotes in this setup. It is set to be at 15 to 25, so we're getting the +10 crit chance, +10 crit damage bonuses. We're going with grade 27 here. We're also changing basically our headshot stats to be around 20% headshot. So basically only 20% of our shots are going to be hitting the head, and the rest is body shots. That is to kind of bring down the effects that headshot will have, of course, because otherwise you could either have it on or off. I feel this is a good way to kind of pick a middle ground, especially with rifles. We do kind of go a little bit higher. And as well here, set to 60% DTA, although off the top of my head, yeah, we don't have any DTA on this build, so that is basically meaningless for this one, although of course for the other ones that did matter. Then as well, with the weapons, we do have a bunch of weapons that are able to carry 3 mods, of course, as we were kind of talking about, and some that are only able to carry 2 mods, and then I'm specifically talking about mod slots where crit chance can go. The magazine slot is something different, basically, to me. So... And with most weapons, we're going with 2 crit chances and then 1 crit damage mod. Of course, nowadays, the crit damage mod is basically equivalent to the crit chance mods. So we can actually go that route, and that is that works better with this build setup. And then what we also have here is a kind of easy way, because then the weapons that are only 2 mod slots, we're just dropping the crit damage. And we don't really have to alter the build significantly to make up for that. We're just losing 10 crit damage, basically, effectively. And then, of course, yeah, we have to kind of think about talents and how active they are. So we have several things in here that are not always active. They can't be, basically. For instance, Killer as a talent. We're kind of dealing here with Killer with it just being active. That is, of course, not the case. You have to at least get a kill without it. So it is definitely not active on that. So we're not really dealing with how active is this going to be and stuff like that. That is getting way into the weeds, and we could literally, like, every person will have a different opinion on how active Killer is, or for instance, Sadist. Sadist will generally top this list because it is a 30% amp. I am still including it because, for instance, if you do have an OD in the team, you could go Sadist, and especially with rifles, with their damage per mag being pretty high, that works actually pretty well. So I am expecting a little bit of understanding about the game. So for instance, when we are talking about Sadist being really good, it isn't if you're just getting the 3 kills and then applying 1 bleed to the next guy to kill them easier. That's not what we're talking about. Same for Killer, for instance. With all of the other talents as well, we're kind of dealing in theoreticals here. We're 100% accuracy, full burst and sustains. And of course, yeah, burst and sustains, as a lot of people want to keep pointing out on some of the other videos of going, but it's only half the story. I could actually agree with that. And we're kind of going to discuss specifically for rifles as well, kind of because of the handling a little bit. We're going to go into the weeds with that a little bit. I would say in the ARs and such, it's much less of an issue, same for SMGs, LMGs, because they're pretty close to each other accuracy-wise. Like, even if you're comparing a FAMAS to, let's say, Carbine 7, there is a difference, definitely, but it isn't as pronounced as we're going to see with the rifles here. But then them going, it is half the story. I could agree with that, but that's also then still half the story. Like, if you're going to have a story, you can't just, if you have Lord of the Rings and you just leave out like the first book and a half, basically, it's a shitty story. You made a bad story. So yeah, we need this, but then also we need the game knowledge. But here we're specifically discussing this. I'm just, caveating that. So I'm hoping everybody understands that, yes, we're taking this, but then also we're applying some game knowledge there as well. So yeah, let's, after all of this, go and look at actually what build we're using to compare all this. How long was that? 550. It was, I thought that was like 20 minutes there, but nah, that's fine. Yeah, so let's go over here. In specific, I wanna, yeah, no. Let's just go. And to introduce the build that we'll be using here, we're not using strikers, of course. We could just use the stats of striker and just kind of, act as if it's on 100 stacks. With rifles will just have too low an RPM for that. So we're going with a high-end red. We could have gone with other choices. I felt this would be pretty consistent and an easy pick. Because also we don't per se care that much about the builds. Of course, here we're kind of using it as our comparison points for the rifles on it, basically. The build is a vehicle for it, and it does matter in that, especially, the crit chance crit damages. Otherwise, we would... the weapons with less mods, if our crit chance crit damage was really low, it matters less for them and such. But here we're going with a Fox's Spur, an Eel's Grasp, and a second piece of Zuia, together with the Sacrifice and the Gift, and a Coyote. A very standard setup for rifles. What you could go, of course, is the classic Glass Red with Contractors and a third piece Providence, or a Grupo piece there. Same bonus, of course, for both of them. I've chosen to go with this. This actually has a little bit less burst, so around 3%, 4%, I think, less burst. Actually, I have that calculation somewhere. Let's just... Why am I not just bringing that up? .02, is it this? No, it's not that. Where is this? That's OD. Oh, actually, right. Actually, yeah. Let's use that. Let's just use this. Yeah. Let's not delete the other one. Now it's not usable anyway. Okay, let's try again. And for the build, we'll be using. We're going with a high end here. We could have gone strikers, of course, and kind of just use the stats off of that. I chose not to because yeah, rifles and strikers don't gel well. You can, of course, definitely stack with something else and kind of then use them, but we're just going to go with a high end here. So we're kind of breaking convention with the other ones, but yeah, that is. I feel this is the better choice to go with. We're going with Coyote, Gift, Sacrifice, Eagle's Grasp, Fox's Prayer, and a second piece, Zvia, as the only non-named in here. And this is, of course, kind of similar to the classic glass red. I've gone with this, and actually I do have an spreadsheet showing why we've gone with this. I'll be sure to link this down below as well. So if we take the classic Perfect Glass Cannon versus going with the Zvia for rifles specifically, we're using an ACRSS as our weapon for comparison's sake here. And then we have basically the two different Coyotes. So we have Coyote at 15 to 25, as we're kind of using for this list. And then also the Coyote at 0 to 15. What we see is actually if we put the headshot rate at 100%, we do actually win out with the Zvia here as well, and then actually we sustain quite a bit better because yeah, we do have that extra mag size, of course. If we put this to be a much more reasonable, although actually this is with 100% headshot and 60% DTA. Fuck. That should be like this. I'm like already like how is this winning again? Yeah, fuck. I did so well on the other two. I had to it had to suck for the other ones, right? And here is the build as we'll be discussing it today for this. And yeah, what we have here is similar to a classic glass red setup, although of course going for rifles here. And yeah, I did choose to go high end for this because, well, we could take strikers and kind of just use its stats basically at 100 stacks and such to kind of compare similarly to the other ones that we had. Rifles just don't mesh well with strikers. So yeah, we're going with a different build. This means that, yeah, we were not going to include them in our final big list of the other strikers. That's just going to be AR, SMG, LMG. And then, yeah, here we're using, similar to the classic Perfect Glass Cannon setup of going Coyote, Gift, Sacrifice. Here instead of Contractors, we're going with Eagle's Grasp, a second piece of Zvia instead of Grupo or Providence that could live here in the holster slot, and then of course Fox's Prayer. And I've gone for this setup because actually, yeah, it turns out for rifles, here there is definitely some value to going this route. And actually, I've calculated out and we'll link this below as well, the classic Perfect Glass Cannon versus the Zvia Perfect Glass Cannon, and then the first set is the Coyote at 15 to 25, and then the Coyote at 0 to 15. Here we're using an ACRSS as the comparison weapon, but yeah, like we're only especially caring about the percentages, so it's kind of fine. If we set it to 100% headshot and 100% DTA, with the Contractors, of course, in this other one, and then like instead of that second piece via the Providence or a classic setup for Perfect Glass Cannon, we lose 3% on the burst. We gain 4% on the sustain because, of course, the Zvia first piece bonus will give us a little bit of mag size, and of course, we have weapon handling coming up from an Eagle's Grasp. We could, of course, go with two pieces of Zvia, but then not go with Eagle's Grasp. That would actually, yeah, be basically the same with both of them. But if we actually drop this to kind of similar stats as we are going to be using, 60% DTA, 20% headshot, although the headshot will actually not affect either of them at all. No, actually, yeah, the Zvia has less crit damage, so it actually gains more by dropping the headshot. First of all, actually, yeah, let's do 60% DTA. They align now on the burst, and 60% DTA I feel is a decent average to consider for DTA. So actually, they burst around the same amount, and then of course on the Zvia setup, we then have a 15 because it is with the Eagle's Grasp. We do have a 15 weapon handling advantage, of course. And then yeah, the Zvia of course has more weapon damage. Basically, we're getting the 2B's bonus from the Zvia, and then the other setup has more crit damage, which actually works out even with grade 27 to be similar. And then actually even if we actually take exactly kind of what we're going to be using, which is grade 27, 20% headshot, 60% DTA, then yeah, the Zvia loses by a tiny bit, but it is effectively around the same burst, and then we sustain so much better. So, and we have more weapon handling. So I feel actually this is definitely the loadout to go for a glass rifle build. And while I don't have it in the build collection, it is basically the 2.03, where I have a Zvia backpack and a Cheska chest, and it's a spotter setup. We're actually just putting a gift and a sacrifice in it, basically, and swapping it over to the build that we have here. So yeah, let's go get started on our burst DPS. Oh, actually, yeah, no, we're not gonna go get started on our burst DPS because we have a whole other segment first. That I forgot about myself, because that's what we made this whole thing. This would actually fit in a build picture, right? Yeah, actually does. Wait, do I just have... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's go into this. Although actually I misspoke, and we're actually going to do discuss here weapon handling, or basically well, not specifically the stat weapon handling, but the actual concept of weapon handling here with the recoil patterns of some of our weapons that we'll be seeing in a second, the high ends here specifically. This is a quick and crude just recoil pattern test, basically done on the wall in the firing range. And well, I wouldn't like stand by this and as a rigorous test, just to kind of showcase what the differences will be. This will work very fine for it. I'll link this one, of course, down below as well. I did this though on a build with a 0% weapon handling. I did so just to exaggerate the differences between them, but then also we were pretty close to the wall, so it is not as big. That helped it the other way around again. But of course, yeah, if we had more weapon handling, we could tame some of these weapons. But just to kind of illustrate the differences between weapons here, and it is much greater than basically in any of the other weapon classes. What we have here as well is that we're kind of max size kind of matters, of course, for this, because yeah, if we're going a certain distance in 15 rounds, but the other weapon is doing the same distance in 50 rounds, although of course then as well, RPM matters for that as well, because that will mean how much recoil compensation we basically need to do. One of the traits that all rifles have is that they try to basically, after each shot fired, where ARs basically, if you fire a shot, it will just, the reticle will be higher, and then it's just at that spot for the next shot. The way that rifles work is they go up and they try to come back down. If the RPM isn't high, they will generally come back to center. And that is what we're kind of having with this, with these greens and reds for the recenter. And that is if it's basically most of the time can get back to the center before its next shots basically go out. Now everything being, of course, auto, it is basically, especially around the 380-ish mark and such, because of course, if it did actually perfectly recenter, for instance, with the Mark 17s and such, it wouldn't have basically an upward recoil pattern, of course, because every time it would kind of come back down. But yeah, I'm kind of considering some of these basically if they kind of make it most of the way there before the next shot to be recentering. And if they definitely basically don't between shots, kind of make it nowhere near being back to center, we're kind of considering it as a red. But this is more graduations. This should basically be a color scale, but just for a quick and dirty comparison, right? And then yeah, if we kind of discuss through them, if we have I've put them in the order of the burst DPS table, basically. Starting with the M16, it has a decent recoil, but of course the annoying thing of it is that it is still not auto fire because it is a 3-round burst. So kind of understandable for that. But because of that as well, it has basically a recoil pattern of its own and then comes down and then you click again and then you create another recoil pattern of 2 shots, which is actually kind of annoying to compensate for unless you have a decent amount of weapon handling. Then we have the classic M1A, which basically has such a low firing rate that it will recenter completely, and basically you only have a little bit of horizontal play going around with it. And the M1A CQB, together with the SOCOM M1A, the M1A, those two now, of course, being basically variants of each other. The M1A CQB technically has a little bit better stability. We don't really see that in here because, of course, as well, here, again, quick and dirty. I just did a few and then just took a pattern that was kind of in the middle of it, introducing my own bias, of course, and such into this. But just to showcase, don't take this as gospel. We would need to do much better testing to kind of really show pattern differences. But the pattern differences, especially between these two, is small, and we kind of see that here as well. Overall, I would say that, yeah, the M1A CQB kind of just feels a tiny bit better, but it's really only when you're A/B testing them. You would never really feel the difference if you're just using one. But nowadays as well, they're the same base damage again, which they weren't for the longest of time. So actually both are usable. Then if we go to the USC, we see kind of the first one that is going to hit the ceiling. And it definitely did. And yeah, the hit markers are not per se there, but I'm kind of going by looking basically where it ended, firing, and looking at that and going kind of visualizing that here. This, of course, yeah, pulls up pretty high. This is one of the more higher RPM weapons. It definitely doesn't go back to center fast enough for it to have that recenter kind of recoil compensate for it. So yeah, you need to recoil compensate for this. Otherwise, this is of course fired without any recoil compensation. One of the easiest ways is just to, if you want to do this kind of testing, you just lift up your mouse, you fire, and then you kind of see the recoil pattern. Or as I did here as we were doing multiples, instead of trying to lift my mouse each time, which kind of makes a judder for a little bit, I actually set a keyboard, a button on the keyboard to fire. This one did not actually reach the height cap because there's, of course, when you're aiming up, you can't aim all the way up, actually. So you can't aim straight above you if you've never tried, but I would assume most players will have noticed that. It goes kind of up to like 80 degrees. You don't get to the full 90 degrees. That would be the high cap, and some weapons will reach that. Then we have the SIGs, decently well handleable. They don't realistically recenter, but they're close enough that we can kind of call it that they do. They, of course, do have a little bit of accuracy spread, which isn't per se here well shown. This is more about just the recoil pattern and how much we need to compensate. Although we kind of see with some of the other ones how spread out some of it is. And even with, for instance, the USC, we kind of see it kind of wigglying more than some of the others. But for instance, yeah, the M16 is basically just straight up. Most of the rifles as well are just straight up. There is no, they are straight up, just straight up. But there isn't much in the form to side the way that ARs, for instance, and an M4 will definitely has like a very right-leaning setup kind of to it. And then, yeah, we have the Mark 17s. Technically, the police is a tiny bit better than the military as well. Actually, with the SIGs, the CQB stat-wise is just a tiny bit better on the stability. A/B testing-wise, a little bit noticeable, but just barely. Like, to the point that in a blind test, I might not even be able to tell them apart. And then, yeah, Police Marker 17, they pull up a decent bit more than, for instance, here, instance, the SIG. But of course, this is firing at a much lower RPM for also only 30 rounds. So, for instance, here, this will feel kind of much more significant than, for instance, this one firing at 320 rounds or at 320 RPM and for 40 rounds. Then we reach kind of the really high RPMers, which is the Urban MDR here as well. Kind of like with the USC, kind of pulling up really hard, but actually not reaching the full upward cap. The ACRSS, the LVOC, and the Lightwood M4 actually reached the upper cap and actually had a few shots in the basically being at full extension at above, and then still having a few shots going. So they are very much if you're recoil compensating for them, you have to actually work for your money. Or, of course, what you can do is offset it with weapon handling. Because even on the build we're kind of discussing today, we have 15% weapon handling. That already takes a little bit of the edge off here. The 1886, of course, is just, being single fire still. Barely pulls up, straight line up, but also, it would basically, with even the tiniest amount of recoil compensation, you could offset this, of course, but this is such a slow firer. The Resolute Mark 47 and the UIC have actually a really flat firing. Even, for instance, this Resolute, of course, is 300. It is actually doing better than, for instance, the Police Mark 17. But then, of course, these two are horrendous on their burst DPS, and this is very much the balancing in the rifle category, because the UIC especially is very flat firing and very handleable, but then loses out on a lot of burst. Because again, this is basically the order of the burst DPS table, although of course we're not kind of accounting for some of the mod changes between some of these, because for instance, the USC has one mod less, the SIG has a mod less, even for instance, 1886 has 3 mods less. So the classic M1A has 1 mod less. And also the M16. Some of them, of course, are also still not out of fire. But this is really what will be part of our choices here. Because, for instance, the SIGs here being pretty high up, we'll kind of see in a second as well. They're pretty high up in the real comparison, on builds comparison. And they are quite handleable, but then they have a little bit of an accuracy issue, more so than, for instance, the Mark 17, and very much more so than, for instance, an UIC. But then UIC, can you make that accuracy be worthwhile, basically? That will be a question that you kind of have to answer yourself. Because as well, for instance, the M1As, while being high on burst, they have a very small mag, so they lose out on sustain quite heavily, which we'll kind of have to discuss in the burst and sustain tables. But let's go get actually, with this in mind, let's go get started on actually burst. As my headphone is about to fall off the back of my head for some reason. How long was that? That was 11 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Yes. And now, a refill. The needs to be on this. Also, let's have a quick sip. Yeah, let's go get started with this. Kind of had the flow in mind already. We're gonna discuss the exotics first, and then go into some of the other ones. Yeah. And yes, let's get started on the burst. As well, just to talk about discs real quickly, these lists are basically the same as my multi-calculators, although just in a big line. Basically, the same reason why the multi-calculators aren't set up like this, because they become very long this way and kind of hard to parse, at least for myself. So here we basically have the stats of the build that we showed going in here, getting calculated, and then as well for some of the talents off of the sheet there. Basically, we have calculations being done for the talent. So, for instance, for things like strength, we're basically calculating out the talent out here off of the stats of the build, and of course with the weapon and such, so that we can alter even here. One thing you could do is, if you want to have different values, for instance, for the headshot rate or for the grading or for the DTA or some such, you could actually copy this to your own drive and then alter these. Although, of course, any stats altered here will alter all of the stats, but it will not auto sort. You would have to resort it yourself. But that isn't that hard. But yeah, we're basically calculating everything out here. This is specifically for the build that we're discussing there. And yeah, things would shift, for instance, if this was Umbra, and then, for instance, some of the crit damage talents would kind of be pushed down because that has much more crit damage than this and such. But we can use this just as an comparison point between all of the choices that we have. Actually, I'm going to cut it there. Yeah, I'm going to cut a few times because I'm already noticing I'm a little coughy. I'm coughing. So just in case I have a coughing fit, I can do like segments. And starting at the top here, we're starting with something that is a little bit misleading, but we're still gonna do it this way though. But with the caveat of course, as we put it at the start, we have to kind of consider how active some of the talents are. The Vindicator on this build, on the setup that we have, if it is active all the time, 100% of the time, you're hitting body shots, and then actually, 20%, well, 80% of the time you're hitting body shots, and then 80% of the time, or 20% of the time, it's marking ahead and you're getting that headshot, because yeah, we would need that to align with that 20% headshot there. What you would get then is the Vindicator being the best weapon. The reality of it, of course, is that the Vindicator will sometimes mark legs, and you can't really shoot them. It'll mark an enemy that, well, at least it marks on every enemy. So, but sometimes even on enemies, sometimes it doesn't show. It doesn't correctly show. Still, that is still a bug that it kind of has. It is definitely usable. It is much more usable than it ever was. But to kind of discuss it fully, so we have it being at the very top. Of note as well, yeah, we're not using actually the 0 point, or well, the 100% point here to be the very top of this list. We're actually going with the first sadist again, as we've done so for the other ones. Well, it doesn't matter here so much for the burst, because the higher, like the Vindicator above it, is just 7%. For the sustain part, it will kind of matter a little bit, because otherwise a bunch of stuff would be crushed altogether, because there are some weapons, of course, not so much in this category, but in other categories where they're much higher. But yeah, we have the Vindicator with it active. Let's go find the Vindicator with its talent inactive. We're going towards the end of the list. We're kind of in the middle of some of the other lower weapons, like the Resolute Mark 47, which is like next to without basically a damage talent. So here, Fast Hands would, of course, not apply anything to burst DPS. It's a sustained DPS talent. Reload is not accounted for in burst. And then the Vindicator, with its talent inactive, whenever you're taking a shot and you're not hitting a marked area, is pretty bad. So the truth is somewhere in the middle of this. It really depends on how much you're hitting those kind of shots, how often you can. Because keep in mind as well, if an enemy is in cover and their body is marked and you can only like hit their toe or the top of their head, you can't hit the Vindicator shots. But overall, we can say that the Vindicator, at least now with its talent buffed a little bit, is competitive also with the base weapon of it, the MDR being a little bit buffed, doing a lot better than it ever was before. Then we have a similar issue here with the Merciless, although trying to quantify the Merciless is really, really, really annoyingly hard, because it, of course, has a component of hitting 7 shots, basically, double, basically, as well, because it's the click in and click out. Every time you do that, if both of those shots hit, you get a stack. Once you reach 7 stacks, you will create an explosion for a damage. You will also, that shot will, the 8th shot, basically, will do an increased amount, an amped amount. And, of course, the explosion could also hit other enemies around it. And of course, that all together kind of means that the way that we're doing it here is as if everything would be perfect. Kind of in the same way that we're doing it for the rest. We're hitting 7 shots, or well, 7 doubles, basically, so 14 shots. Then we're taking an 8 double shot, basically, the 15th and 16th shot, basically. There we're applying the amp to and the explosion damage to, for one enemy, because as well, we could go for a certain amount of enemies for that explosion. We're just adding one of those, just to keep it simple. All of this together brings it to here, but that would just mean that we would have basically a perfect accuracy, perfect uptime. What would the Merciless kind of look like? Although the explosion just on one target, it would be at the top of the list. But yeah, as with all those caveats, this isn't per se realistic. If we kind of go and find the other end of the Merciless, with it being basically the talent inactive and you're just using it as a weapon, basically. Kind of the same story as the Vindicator. It's quite a ways at the bottom. Where is it really? I would definitely say it is closer to this overall than at the top, where we have like a perfect outcome for it. But as well, definitely more usable than it used to be. If you're getting some explosions here and there, if you're getting that amp here and there, you're doing decently well, but you kind of need more weapon handling than this build has to consistently do that. Then moving on, actually, we'll discuss the Diamondback. Let's get the exotics out of the way somewhat. The Diamondback here, with basically its talent active and getting the 100% crit chance out of it. If that was all of our shots, which it isn't, and also there is, of course, an amp component on the shot that you take after or to the enemy that is marked. We're not really accounting for that because that would be, there's no like good way to account for that. Which is kind of the story of the exotics, of the exotic rifles, more so than a lot of the other talents. And yeah, it is again pretty high up here. And then if we go find the other end, basically the same story. It is pretty pretty low when the talent is inactive. So it really is reliant on how much uptime you have on this talent. With the Diamondback, you can definitely get a decent uptime on it. I would say better than, for instance, the Vindicator overall, I would say. But yeah, you can't get perfect uptime because at the very least, you have one shot that, will be bonused in other ways, but won't have the won't have the crit chance bonus, basically. But yeah, overall, as well, very usable. But of course, we don't really use the Diamondback in a DPS-ish way. Although you could now, because with even a tiny bit of weapon handling, we have a decent reload on this. This reload is so much better, both for the Diamondback and for the 1886 than it used to be. So it's definitely more usable in a just, you know, just firing it way, especially as well with well, for the 1886 this season, but last season for the Diamondback, the increased mag size. Makes it definitely usable, but quite often it ends up in basically like a headhunter hybrid kind of setup with crit damage, right? And that's definitely usable with this as well. Let's go actually then round out actually the exotics, because let's discuss the last remaining one, which is the Ravenous. Because yeah, we do have the Ruthless, but that's of course just a copy of the Merciless. The Ravenous here is pretty low, but this is then in the other way, the kind of the issue. Here, what I'm doing as its talent kind of thing is acting as if we're doing 5 shots with the weapon damage side, the right shoulder, swapping to the left shoulder, and actually getting a 6th shot that will then trigger the ignite, and then going back to the other side. So we're doing the weapon damage explosion side, which is of course not the way that we actually use it. We're much more using it for its armor plate amplified side. But that side is very, yeah, it's not really easy to quantify, really, much less so than the explosion side. Because at least for the explosion side, we can say we're doing basically a 6-shot cycle, a shit suck cycle. A 6-shot cycle, and we're basically repeating that, and we're kind of smearing that explosion damage over those 6 shots and getting an average shot out of that. For the amp one, it really depends, because you're creating an amp and then you're firing at that amp, and of course only against armor plates. The Ravenous in a real play is definitely usable. Situationally, of course, really good against everything that has armor plates, basically, or gets counted as armor plates. Can do amazing things against them. But we're not really showing that here, just because, yeah, it is, in a DPS sense, kind of hard to quantify it for ourselves. If we do not account for any talent, it is basically at the very bottom of this list, which kind of may seem bleak, but is still definitely usable. It isn't too far off of some of the other weapons, and of course, we basically always will get a little bit of damage out of its talent. But mostly, yeah, if we're using it for its armor plate side, basically, we can get much higher numbers than this. But then also, yeah, if I went with like 10 stacks of that, and then you're firing infinitely, or like 5 stacks are active or something, and then you're firing at an enemy, it would be at the top of this list and kind of meaningless that way as well. So we kind of went with it this way. And yeah, let's go back up and kind of start talking about the hands. Yeah. How long was that? I was already 10. Yeah, let's get going. And we're gonna start at the top here. The M16 definitely is overall one of the better picks, as we also would kind of see with the burst and sustain tables. Of course, it kind of seems pretty high, but we have to kind of remember that it's gonna lose that one mod, especially against well, the classic M1A also is going to do that, but then the M1A CQB doesn't. From a DPS standpoint, we have that basically the M1A CQB kind of overtakes the classic M1A burst end, not by much, 2% there, but it is basically getting up into that M16's living space. This would also make it, for me, overall, one of the better burst picks would be either the M1A CQB or the classic M1A. And why I also say the classic M1A is that this 90% versus this 80% of the sustain of that, basically, of the M16. We could definitely kind of go with all three if we're kind of going on the burst end of things. Because, yeah, then on top of the M16 has a further 10% on top of the classic M1A. Of course, the M16, again, is not auto-firing. They made that conscious choice because of its 3-round burst. So you can't ever... Well, with a macro, you definitely can reach this RPM. If you're clicking, you will never be... Or, well, not never. There will be... We're all human. Humans aren't that great. Unless you're a really good drummer or something, and you can really keep a very consistent pace and get this out every time perfectly, yeah, the auto-firing weapons will, of course, just automatically always fire at their RPM. Because you're always going to have a little bit of loss, basically, in this, in the RPM, when it's not auto-firing. The M16 is definitely usable, and as we kind of saw from its recoil pattern and such as well, it does pull up, but it pulls up that much over 50 rounds, which is actually kind of consistent with the Mark 17s with 30 rounds, where they kind of go basically, 3/5 of the way, 60% of the way of the M16. What, of course, is kind of the downside of the M16 is when you click, you kind of have the three shots going out, and then you kind of have to recoil compensate for that, and then kind of click again, which definitely makes it so that you have to learn that pattern, and I definitely haven't yet, and I'm also likely not going to choose to do so. I'm likely just going to go with other rifles overall, but you should definitely consider the M16. And we're, of course, here kind of using Sadist as our just a flat amp to everything to kind of compare the rifles amongst themselves here. We'll discuss the talents, of course, kind of going on from here. Then we actually see that the Mark 17 is actually pretty high up in here. It is definitely behind basically that trio of really bursters. But of course, keep in mind as well, all the trio of these bursters, so the M1A CQB basically has a sustain issue for itself, where it is firing, of course, those 17 rounds here, because we do have the Eagle's Grasp. Those 17 rounds, but yeah, it does have a decently fast reload, which is actually very doable now. But of course, as well, because of that, it has also a little bit more accuracy spread than the classic M1A. The classic M1A is just so easy to use, but yeah, now that we're not clicking anymore, we don't per se need that super low RPM. But then as well, it is kind of usable, but that reload kind of is painful. And then the M16 has kind of, yeah, then you have to click, but then also it has a really painful reload as well. The Mark 17, I would definitely say is as a general pick, really actually stands out to me. I was kind of concerned very much about this 34 round magazine, but of course we have a shorter or we have a lower RPM. So overall, while we do have a little bit shorter firing time than we would, for instance, with a SIG 716 CQB, it isn't significantly shorter, and it works out actually decently well. And of course, the base damage of this Mark 17 is much higher than some of the things around it, especially, for instance, the SIG, as we have basically another 20k on the base. That does make it also really good for ammo conservation. I feel if I'm picking a secondary, handling considered and such as well, I'm likely going to actually go with a Mark 17, where we're not kind of maining it, and we just need a weapon partially just for ammo conservation purposes, partially just to not be too big of a hog to kind of fire as well. I feel the Mark 17 kind of fits that actually really well, and actually more so than I thought it would. Because I was very concerned about this 34 round magazine. But of course, its biggest competition, which we'll get to in a second, kind of doesn't have that many more rounds actually than it. If we go to the USC, as we kind of saw with the handling, kind of goes off the screen. That is kind of its biggest downside. It is a pick to handle, more so even than some of the other ones, because it's very inconsistent in its recoil pattern as well. It does do decent damage, and of course, on the burst table, on the full burst table, it was a little bit higher in the order of things. And that was, of course, because of that one mod. It wasn't accounting for that one mod less because, yeah, it doesn't have a muzzle slot. So it actually drops down. And I would generally, yeah, I would pick, if I'm going for that route of what this kind of feels is going for that burst, I might pick one of the trifecta up here. The SIG 716 CQB is actually generally one of my overall picks for a main weapon, has become so as well. Of course, we have the Artist tool, which is the named version of this, with Perfect Rifleman, which is good talent, as we'll get to in a second. The 6CB has a little bit better handling, actually, as we saw, than at least on the recoil side than the Mark 17. It has a little less accuracy than it. Because of that, it's kind of a head-to-head for me between these two, definitely, for a general pick. We do, of course, get a little bit higher RPM, a little bit higher mag size, but also we get a little bit longer of a reload. And overall, they're pretty close to each other. Overall, I would pick the 716 for its somewhat better handling. If I'm just gonna main a rifle, and that has been my go-to as well for a lot of stuff. Although, yeah, specifically then as well the CQB, because the SIG 716, the longer one with one mod more than it, the CQB has more than enough compensation to make up for that. We do lose basically a full percent going from the SIG 716 CQB to the 716 just normal version. Then we also have the MDR here, sandwiched between those two. The MDR's handling, it pulls up quite high. It isn't the fastest firing ones out there, but yeah, it is still fast enough that it will definitely go for the ceiling, basically, quite often if you were to test it out that way. But of course, we can recoil compensate for this. Weapon handling could help quite a bit to tame it as well. But the more weapon handling that you take, of course, the less damage that you do. That comes at the cost of brand bonuses, that comes at the cost of minor attributes, that comes at the cost of mod slots on the weapon. Basically as well, any mod slot that you flip on the weapon, because you could, of course, take a 30 stability on the weapon. But now you've lost another like 3% of your damage, because between 2 and 3% of your damage, depending on build. Then, why wouldn't you just pick the Mark 17 over this? Is kind of then the question, which has much better handling, but then yeah, has much smaller mag. I feel basically, yeah, if you're taking an MDR or an ACRSS or LVOC or lightweight M4 and putting handling mods on it, I would just pick one of the more handleable weapons that is a little bit around it in the burst area instead of doing that. But of course, yeah, if you set it up fully for damage, it is going to land around here. Then we have the ACRSS. The ACRSS definitely is a little bit more handleable than the USC. And then what it has actually is that, yeah, it has a decent fire rate, but that also means that its sustain will be a little bit lower overall. This fire rate going higher is still not enough, for instance, to put it on a striker or something. You definitely want 600 or more at the very least. So AR speeds, LMG speeds, SMG speeds of even the slowest SMGs is already kind of pushing it for striker. And yeah, this ACRSS doesn't push high enough for that. We do, of course, get 10 rounds more with the ACRSS, which is definitely a worthwhile thing because, yeah, now we basically have AR length, but then we're firing with a slower RPM. So, for instance, for a talent like Strain, that actually helps out quite a bit. Of course, Strain is no longer really a top pick. We'll come to the names in a second, but yeah, we'll go down the list here with the LVAC and the Lightweight M4 kind of being in the same, in kind of the same boat overall. Both are definitely usable. The Lightweight M4's specialty is that it has a very short reload. So very, very usable for if you're using talents that aren't, for instance, reload or utility based. But of course, yeah, its handling is horrendous without a decent amount of weapon handling in there. What we see already as well, actually, is that within the list of, normally we get basically an enclave of the sadists all by themselves, of course, with 30%. What we have here is that some of the lower weapons on burst with sadists are already starting to lose, for instance, here to M16A2 with killer active and rifleman here as well. And the M1A CQB, we basically start seeing the second layer of talents kind of pushing into it. This would be, for instance, for myself, kind of the point where I cut off a lot of weapons. So for myself, because if you have weapons like the Mark 17 and with the CQB that are much higher burst and sustain and don't have significantly worse straight than for instance the LVOC or the lightweight M4, they basically have less rounds. That is their biggest downside. Those extra rounds aren't significant with the reloads that we have, because keep in mind that this is still a longer firing time. For instance, for the Mark 17, than any of the rifles, because any of the ARs, because any of the ARs is going to be at least 600. They're not going to have, basically this has less than half than that, so this is basically double the mag size. So it's a 60 round at 550. Basically, that would be the equivalent firing time of it for an AR. So yeah, this still has longer firing time than an AR. Meaning that's, yeah, pretty usable in that way. And of course, we're doing more damage per shot and kind of armor conserving because of that. And then, yeah, we start seeing the repeating patterns. And this is kind of the reason as well why I'm not... Well, I want to love the US UIC and also kind of the Resolute. Although the UIC definitely has one of the best handlings. It feels really good to fire and such. It just comes back and has a really low rate of fire and has a 50 round mag and kind of does really well. Handling wise, we have the 1886 here with Sadist, but if we just kind of keep going, keep going, yeah. So here's the UIC, which is you know, a decent jump from here to the Resolute, which should be above it. Well, the 1886 is here, but yeah, we're like way out right now. Right, we're in the middle of well, some of the flatline weapons coming in here, and this kind of becomes the thing. Like, do I really like the handling of the UIC so much better to that I'm willing to forego basically what is 17% damage on the burst end? No, because I like the Mark 17 fine as well. But then, yeah, that's kind of the ranking of the rifles. I feel especially the CQB and the Mark 17 are really good picks. The ACRSS you can still go with if you kind of like its playstyle. It definitely has a high pull up. Same for the MDR, basically those two. I wouldn't generally pick any of the other ones really anymore though. LVOAC and kind of lightweight M4 are already pushing it, and then everything below them kind of is out of the picture, at least on the, because for instance, yeah, 1886, of course, Headhunter, yeah, that's a completely different discussion, and there it fits really well. Now let's kind of start going through the talents. So I'll have a cut there. That was 14 minutes. How much are we up to? Although from here it goes a lot quicker. Okay, we're already on 54 minutes. That accuracy segment is like adding quite a bit. It's fine. Let's just keep going. And let's start for that with a few of our names here. We have up there the Whisper with Perfect behind you. This is, of course, just 20% amp. that I totally remembered, of course, because we all use it. Although actually, yeah, the Whisper is definitely usable now. You could, of course, try to get your uptime up on this by, for instance, yeah, being in groups or a decoy. either teammate decoys or the skill decoys works perfectly fine for this. 20% though is pretty good, but we also see that, for instance, here, killer when it's active, and I would say overall that if, for instance, solo, this with a decoy will have less uptime than this killer. So I would generally pick that. Although Whisper is definitely usable for what it is, and of course it comes with a perfect talent, so you just put detox on it. It is for that kind of stuff. It is kind of usable just because it's very easy to get, of course. We have the stage left. Here we're kind of dealing with it as if we have a sledge active, going for it with a 20% amp again. That's what's pushing it up to be up here. But the uptime, of course, with sledges, you need to grenade. That, of course, takes some time. So you're kind of losing output that you could have on those times. But yeah, definitely usable. I wouldn't main this, of course. Sledge being a group of very usable, but this is more just in here for, yeah, just having the full list of names. We don't generally use sledge in this way where you're trying to sledge every enemy and then shoot them. You just here and there use this as a secondary. Then we have the artist tool, perfect rifleman, as we kind of already see here showing up with the M16s. Killer and rifleman are quite close head to head. Most of the killer's versions are going to be next to their rifleman versions, except for instance in the case of the USC and such. So for instance, with the USC, just because it's losing that crit chance mod, its crit damage is actually lower. And we see that affected here, where we see that the killer is actually much higher, or a little bit higher than its rifleman. And yeah, that's of course the quirks of them. The killer is affecting crit damage, so on a weapon that has less crit chance, and because of that, we're rearranging it to have less crit damage in effect, actually. We see that, yeah, the other talent that is then reliant on weapon damage, which is here also kind of the worst case scenario that rifleman would encounter, because rifleman would actually be higher on, for instance, a classic glass red, because here we're adding both the 2-piece VIA and we're adding grade 27. This is basically, this is 187 weapon damage. That is, I think, as high as you can get with a rifle without, doing, well, we could, for instance, put, of course, Walker Harris in here or something, but as an actual build. So this is kind of the worst case scenario for rifleman, and it's doing really well. Going back to the artist tool here with perfect rifleman, this is definitely one of the top picks for me. This has kind of become my go-to for as a main weapon to pick. Both the 6 CQB, as we kind of were talking about, is a really decent pick. This is a really decent talent, a perfect version of it on that named. That combination always works well. It's kind of, same for instance, the Carnage, for ODs and such. Not much can beat this consistently. Of course, Rifleman, we're dealing here with it as if it's on its full stacks, which for perfect is 6, for normal is 5. That isn't, of course, always really going to have perfect uptime here either. We kind of have to consider that because, for instance, solo, you can definitely get a much better uptime on killer than you can with, well, kind of depends on your playstyle. If you're going for the heads and you can actually hit those heads, because all we need really is 6 shots to hit the head, and then kind of we can continuously refresh it, right? But at the very least, we need 6 shots at that start, but then killer, of course, needs a kill at the start, at the very least, because it's a 60% chance of it triggering off of that. So you might even need 2 kills. And that is also definitely a consideration here, of course. We want, so for instance, if I'm fighting a hunter, I don't care, let's say the Kelso hunter. I don't really care that killer will trigger after the killer, after the hunter is dead, of course. But rifleman could definitely be used there because we can hit him in the head and get that buff up. So yeah, situationally, you kind of want to think about those things. Kind of how are you using it? Solo, I definitely think Killer will have a better general uptime than Rifleman will. So overall, I would still recommend Killer as a solo pick. But then, yeah, Rifleman situationally could definitely compete with it and even beat it, of course. If, for instance, yeah, I'm very like situations like that where we're fighting rogues or something, and you want that damage up front, and nothing is gonna die really quickly at the start of it. If we're gonna push through, we see some killers coming through. We see some of the last sadists. Actually, the Resolute is being above the 1886. That's why I couldn't find it earlier. I was expecting it to be below it. But yeah, some of the last sadists and such. But we see some killers coming through and some riflemans. And yeah, this is the normal riflemans are, of course, at 5 stacks. But then basically at 5 stacks, always active. If we push through a little bit more, we can start seeing some of the flatlines. Of course, some weapons cannot take flatline. So, for instance, the M16 can't take flatline because it doesn't have an underbarrel slot. Although, well, you could definitely put flatline on it. But I've only kept the weapons that have a long underbarrel rail to be used with Technician to kind of trigger flatline to go, because I feel otherwise you can't just put it on there. But yeah, you don't want it. If you're just trying to make it work with like a pulse or something or a spotter drone, that just doesn't. It just doesn't. So yeah, we're keeping only the weapons with long underbarrel rail. That's also why the M16 is kind of missing there with flatline. But yeah, flatline, of course, here as well. We're losing some crit chance, crit damage, as we can kind of see over on the other end. For these weapons, that means that actually, yeah, we're giving up that crit damage mod that we had on some of them. We're keeping 2 crit chances. We're dropping 1 crit damage mod that we had on it to become our link laser pointer. And then also we see some of the Rangers already here as well. So Ranger, for instance, here at 20 meters. I've kept it at 20 meters. We could, of course, go longer, but a Coyote is set up as 15 to 20. We could go 24. In the end, I chose just to keep 20. And then basically what this is a 10% amp. So we can see this as our 10% amp kind of level. And yeah, we see that, for instance, if we have them 1A CQB with that Ranger, our flatline is a little bit above it, basically around like 2.5%-ish, which is generally what kind of flatline will land up around, which is around the 12 to 13% mark of its full talent, because you do have to give up a crit chance or damage mod for it. And yeah, then basically the list goes on with the Rangers coming in as we were talking about. Then also some of the strains are gonna start appearing. So I'm trying to find the M16 strain, which is up here. Strain, of course, really cares about firing time. And these weapons have a really long firing time. But as we can kind of see here, there's definitely picks above it that I would go with. What we definitely wouldn't pick here anymore is just this strain. I would either pick Rifleman or I would pick Ranger, as it is much improved than it used to be. Or I would pick Killer for especially solo play. Those 3 I would consider much more consistent than strain, because actually, yeah, so for instance here we see it for some of the weapons. If we actually look at it, so I'm trying to find some of the 50 round weapons that have a little shorter. So for instance, yeah, although ACR says it's 420 but RPM, but yeah, there, for instance, this for ACR SS specifically, because it has a much longer firing time than, for instance, even ARs, of course, and then 57 rounds, because its RPM is basically half of that of an M4 or something for that, for instance, for that case. Its strain is actually getting pretty high. It's getting pretty close to its flatline. So that's actually how much we can get out of strain. But even then, yeah, we could get so much more out of Rifleman, even in a real consistent sense, than we could here. What we see start appearing as well after the strains is some of the Optimists. So here the M16, the top burster, but yeah, its Optimist is basically in between some of the other weapons with strain. So even the Mark 17, which has, you know, a smaller mag size here, Optimist definitely, yeah, I wouldn't anymore, especially now that they are out of firing and you can actually get strain going. Although, of course, Optimist retains where strain doesn't, but I wouldn't pick either. I would pick Rifleman or Killer or Flatline, which is still a really good rifle talent. What we also start seeing here is some of the boomerangs. Now, boomerang is, of course, a very usable talent, but isn't actually that great damage wise. It is weapon damage that it adds. It isn't a lot of it, but also what we get, of course, is an increase in magazine size. So the way that we're kind of calculating it out here is kind of we're calculating on the right side the talent out all the way. We're increasing the damage, although with most of these weapons, that's just going to be like especially at the weapon damages that we're at, it's basically like a 3-point-something%. But we're also increasing the mag size, which we'll kind of see that it here, of course, on the burst end doesn't do anything because mag size isn't included in that. But on the sustain end, we can kind of see some results of Boomerang. Boomerang's effects on mag size also kind of mean that Lucky Shot is really not something that you would want to go with. If you have enough crit chance, now, of course, Lucky Shot is not contingent on crit. Boomerang very much is. You do need a high crit chance for it. But in this case, yeah, instead of Lucky Shots, I would just go Boomerangs and, yeah, kind of outdo Lucky Shots that way. That's also why we're not including Lucky Shots in here, except for, I think I've put in the perfect one. And yeah, we kind of then see the list basically just repeating itself, but then with the other talents. But now we're getting solo that, yeah, the talents are kind of merging together. We start seeing, for instance, here as well, Harmony with its talents being active, just in sync. In sync, of course, is a decent, well, it's 40 on the perfect here, 40 weapon damage. But of course, with how high our weapon damages here are, it's basically at its worst. And we can kind of say as well that if we try to find a Resolute kind of in the same ballparks, so yeah. It is, for instance, getting to the Resolute Mark 47 more than Flatline, just barely. But yeah, just the Resolute is already kind of, it isn't a great weapon, and then InSync isn't the greatest talent for it on top. Yeah, as we're kind of saying, the Baker's Dozen, we've included it here. Although, of course, the Baker's Dozen, the full story would be that, which we can't quantify here. We're just dealing with it with the increased mag size. You would actually do your entire damage per mag, because any missed shot, of course, would just come back. There is value to that. Is that value high enough to pick it when there's a Fast Hands Classic M1A on burst next to it and sustaining basically the same? Not that I would pick a Classic M1A with Fast Hands, as max size is way too small, but we could pick other things that are kind of in the same ballpark and outdo this pretty consistently, especially, for instance, a Classic M1A with Boomerang. Can I find it quickly? Yeah. So, for instance, the Classic M1A with Boomerang, of course, is bursting more than it. Where's it here? So it's bursting more than it, of course, because, yeah, the Lucky Shot does not add anything to burst. But then also, actually, if we kind of account for how much increase we're expecting to see with the return shots, 22 rounds for this Baker's, for the Classic M1A with Boomerang, 21 rounds for the Baker's Dozen. Now, of course, this always gets this. On this other one, if you have any misses, of course, you're not getting those shots back. But yeah, overall, I would just pick Boomerang way over Baker's Dozen. That has always basically been the case because, yeah, Boomerang hasn't been changed. Neither has Lucky Shot for Baker's Dozen. But yeah, it was always there's a reason we call it a noob trap. We do see most of the boomerangs being very low here, and of course kind of spread through the fast lands, because yeah, they don't add that much to the burst, but they're kind of a burst and sustain talent. So we'll see it do a little bit better, and it's definitely usable, especially for that increase in the max size. But yeah, with the new killer especially, I would very much consider that or rifleman over boomerang, and that's kind of been my general pick as well for the time being. And then yeah, we see actually one exotic that we didn't talk about. Let's talk about it here. But yeah, it does also not have a damage component to it. Is the Dr. Home, and actually yeah, the Dr. Home is looking decently well, of course, on this list. It is in effect an M1A CQB, but then you don't get to have the crit chance mod slots or the crit damage mod slots that you would with that weapon. So yeah, we lose a little bit, but of course this has a lot of utility. The biggest downside of it is actually, yeah, using it scoped. You have to use it scoped. And that of course will always kind of hurt it, but you could pair it with focus that way as well and kind of get some decent damage out of it. It is definitely usable, always has been actually. The Dr. Home is never been horrendous. And of course, yeah, it does not compete to damage talented weapons, but of course it has a utility talent that also is group wide. Situationally, definitely usable. Last name that we have here is Virginian with the perfect boomerang. It actually does help it quite a bit, increasing its max size. Honestly, if you're not going determined, I would actually maybe consider the Virginian as well alongside of the Diamondback. But of course, the Diamondback goes way higher than it. But yeah, Virginian definitely kind of usable if you're kind of, but yeah, not as a crit chance, crit damage DPS kind of thing that we're using here. And yeah, we kind of then have all of the fast stands and boomerangs kind of together. And actually, yeah, the UIC's boomerang, well, yeah, it does add a little bit of damage. It is kind of at the bottom there as well. Most of the boomerangs, yeah, the boomerang does not add much in damage, but yeah, we do get some extra max size out of it, because here, for instance, with the 50 round ones, we're going all the way to 74 rounds, basically. If we were to hit every shot, of course, we're kind of accounting for 100% accuracy, but you will definitely get like a few 5, 6, 7 at, you know, if you're doing decent accuracy numbers, you'll get a few shots out of it, of course. Let's go actually see on the sustain end if that actually holds up there. My throat is already kind of starting to give up. Wait, how long are we? 1:11. Let me catch up here. There was something. I don't know what the 26. So yeah, the end time. Although, well, likely. So I don't know if it's likely including the 26th, right? I would guess. So basically, Friday it's off. But it might actually be. But this, yeah, it's such a weird date as well, because if it was just Tuesday, we would kind of know off of that. But yeah, the date that they gave was 26th. But I'm not sure if it's like we get to have the 26th or if it's like up to the 26th, where we don't have the 26th. Yeah, let's go discuss the sustain end, do the stash thing, and then outro, and then we're done. Yeah, let's get going. And let's somewhat quickly go to the sustain end of things, because this is, of course, getting pretty long, but yeah, there's a lot to say on rifles. We'll start with, again, the Merciless being at the top, but then again, this is a concession to trying to just basically, at perfect rate, what would it be? This isn't achievable, honestly. But we can kind of use its top and then actually, yeah, the bottom of it, which is on the sustain end, quite low, if I remember. Yeah, it is all the way down there. So it is a very wide gap between getting some or like getting perfect damage out of it and like none, basically what this is. So it is definitely usable, but yeah, not the greatest. We're starting here again with the sadist weapons being at the top, as kind of expected with the other ones, as yeah, fast hands and such, which we are including here, isn't as much of an increase as 30%. And of course, sadist is going 30% to burst and sustain basically. But of course, again, doesn't have perfect uptime unless unless you're kind of set up for it, or your team is set up for it, more likely, where you have OD in the team basically, and you're still running this glass red setup. Together with that, we kind of see the same thing happening with the killers kind of starting to already arrive with the riflemen as well in the middle of some of the sadists. And then we especially see as well that things like the classic M1A, which the M16 actually is pretty high on burst and on sustain, which is kind of its, which would generally make it a really good pick overall. Usually we do pick weapons preferably first off on being high on the burst, then having decent sustain, and then as well having no real downside. So it's handleable still, you know, it doesn't shoot through ammo instantly, stuff like that. Here the M16 actually meets that by being one of the top bursters and also one of the top sustainers. Its big downside, of course, is you have to click yourself. And honestly, unless you're macroing it, you're not going to get perfect RPM out of it. But of course, if you are macroing it, then you are. It is definitely one to consider. But yeah, we see now that there is a gap to, for instance, yeah, the classic M1A, the M1A CQB, as I'm trying to find it real quick. But yeah, both of those are much higher or much lower than it. I'm just gonna search for sadist, highlighting all of the sadist weapons there. Yeah, let's restart. As the game also logged that. I was baffing a bed for too long. Yeah, it's just 3 minutes we'll have to redo. But yeah, kind of lost it.
Safe area detected.
Wait, so where is that one ACTV then?
Hostile control point detected.
Am I blind? Oh, I'm not that blind actually. It's just not anywhere near the rest of the pack.
Nobody's bored anymore.
Yeah, let's try again. So I should remove that and then I should have control find at the ready, and then we'll just search for sadist. Yeah. That might be a good way. And on the sustain end, we'll start off with the merciless again, and actually that caveat again. This 100% activeness, that's just not a realistic thing to look out for. But what we can kind of use that for, as this would be basically perfect uptime. What if we went to the no uptime at all, just the base weapon without its talent, which is all the way down here, kind of at the bottom of the sustain list. The truth is then kind of in the middle, basically, right? If you can get decent uptime out of it, can get decent enough amount of explosions and such happening, and especially as well the explosions hitting other player or other enemies of yours, you can get a little bit more damage out of it being. But yeah, never up to this 100%, basically. This would have to be perfect uptime. Situationally, you might be able to make this happen if you have like a big target and you're just unloading in it. I could maybe consider something like some of the raid bosses or such, but none of them really align well with this, because also, yeah, you would just get one explosion out of any of them. Nothing is really close to them consistently. An explosion is actually pretty small. It's very much that amp that you get that is really the big, the amp on the 8th shot, basically. that is really the big player here. Then we kind of start seeing again that the sadists are at the top. The sadist, of course, is adding to burst and sustain, basically, where for instance, in the past, we used to have fast hands topping these charts, but the fast hands is generally not going to give as much, especially now in its reduced state, kind of, as a sadist will. But of course, again, sadist, you're not going to have perfect uptime unless you, for instance, are running with an OD in the team. You could have decently high uptime, but still not perfect, actually, because the diminishing returns on enemies' status effects eventually will make it so that in a bunch of fights, it will occur that you will shoot an enemy, you will have bleed rounds, they will just not bleed because of that system. Here, if we kind of actually, I'm going to search for sadist, highlighting all of the sadist weapons, control Fing basically. We can kind of see that the M16, as we had it, was of course very high on the burst. It is also here very high on the sustain end. That definitely means that it is, on damage purposes, a really decent pick. Of course, M16 doesn't have really any handling issues, except that you have to click. That clicking, of course, in comparison to all of these other weapons, well, except for the 1886 here as well, and the Merciless actually as well, where you don't, and you can just hold down the button, makes quite a difference. You should actually consider, if you're using this and you're not using a macro, you're gonna lose a little bit with this RPM, because you can't hit the RPM perfectly, because if you're even a little bit above it, you're going to lose basically that input, and then the next input will be grabbed. So now you're basically half your RPM for that one shot. You might get really good at getting this RPM close to this RPM consistently at, but unless you're really macroing it, you're not going to get it perfect. Whereas, of course, every other weapon here will actually now do its RPM. That's also why they got kind of a little bit reduced in their damages, because the expectation in the past was that they're not going to be at their RPM perfectly. And then, we have, of course, next to the M16 was kind of the classic M1A. That definitely drops quite a bit, as of course, small max size, a decently long reload. Even though it fires pretty slowly, it is dropping quite low on the sustain end. And then actually, if we kind of go looking, the other one of that trifecta of burst, was
Also,
of course the M1A CQB, and we have to scroll quite a ways away from the rest. This of course has a little bit higher firing time, same max size as the other one, a little bit better reload, but a better reload doesn't actually save it as much as we would want it to be saved. But then we kind of see the sustain list appearing here. The light M4, the Resolutes, Mark 47, the UICs, but actually as well, the Mark 17 here. So the light M4, let's start with that one actually. So we do, because of its faster reload, it is doing well. It is of course 50 round mag, basically, and here 57 with our piece of Zvia. Not the highest rate of fire, because you have the 380s, you have the 420s. So it's doing decently well there. The Resolute and the UIC, of course, really horrendous on the burst. The M4 a little bit, a lightweight M4 a little bit above them. But then actually the Mark 17 in here, this is really what I wasn't expecting. I was expecting it now having gone to a 30 round mag, because basically it's a 10 round base and you put the plus 20 in it or a plus 15. Here we're going with a plus 20 though. But you still get a decent sustain out of it. This has really changed my opinion on the Mark 17. I was actually phasing a lot of them out of builds. I think I'm going to actually keep a bunch of Mark 17s, especially as secondary. So any builds where I was using, which I was actually on a lot of builds, using it as a secondary, sometimes for specific purposes like getting future perfect, but quite often as just a secondary. If I run out of ammo, this thing will still work. For instance, on negotiators and some such, or even some of the tech tanks. The Mark 17 will kind of, I feel, fit that now again still. We also see that the CQB is doing decently well up here as well, kind of showing up You know, for instance, UIC is very low on burst, but here doing a little bit better on sustain, but it's still going to be done by Mark 17 and the SIG. Of course, it has really good handling for the UIC, but yeah, not enough to offset how much damage that you lose, I feel, with them. And then, yeah, definitely the ACR SS, I feel, is no longer really a pick. This is a weapon that I used to run a lot. I'll likely keep 1 or 2 around on builds, but I feel the Mark 17 and the 6 CQB are kind of in a better place overall. And this also, yeah, the MDR and the USC kind of that were that much higher on the sustain or on the burst, kind of fitting in between some of these other weapons. They're dropping out here, and this is kind of the reason to not pick these, because we could have around the same burst and around the same sustain, or a much better sustain, and around the same burst with the CQB with the Mark 17. That will generally, yeah, be the reason that I pick those. Now, talent-wise, we kind of see the same list, except, of course, now we have some of the talents that affect things like their max size, like Boomerang. Let's actually do a control find for Boomer, where we get our, for instance, M16 with a Boomerang. Let's see, is there any higher than it? No, because it's going to be, of course, the top sustainer here. But yeah, for instance, the M16 with Boomerang actually sustaining decently well, because yeah, we're getting that extra mag out of it. It isn't the greatest, but also, yeah, we're getting a little bit of damage, a little bit of mag size out of it. And that does make it so that it is viable, except that, yeah, I would definitely nowadays, the killer buff, basically, because otherwise, yeah, we wouldn't have that much above it. But yeah, definitely the killer buff really hurt it, and same for Rifleman kind of being around. Really hurts Boomerang, kind of, because yeah, we're not getting that enough increases to our sustain to kind of make up for that. It doesn't burst really well. If we search for fast hands, which would normally top the sustain end, fast hands, of course, became 3 stacks, or 3 points per stack for 40 stacks max for a 120 max reload increase, instead of 4 for a 160 max. In this case, yeah, the fast hands are still doing decent, but yeah, I wouldn't per se go with fast hands on these. Partially because as well, the boomerangs can be close enough as well with a little bit of a damage component to them. But fast hands definitely could be a pick for some of the 50 rounders. We can kind of see that especially things like the lightweight M4 and the LVOC do decently well with the fast hands, pushing up quite a bit above the rest. Because yeah, they of course get more stacks. Even here the Mark 17 with fast hands. But I feel rifles as well, they just have so much longer firing time. They don't have the higher RPMs that some of the ARs have, so they don't hit that reload often enough for fast hands to really be a pick. But on the sustain end, we definitely could choose to go that route if there really is a good pick for it. If we actually use the Mark 17 as kind of our guideline here, if we go with the Mark 17 here, so for instance, yeah, our boomerang Mark 17 actually out-sustains our fast hands overall, and of course, yeah, on burst it would be a few percent higher as well. So, for instance, with the Mark 17, just because it has just base one of the lowest max sizes, I wouldn't pick it for here. But yeah, especially as well, we kind of see that Rangers, Strains, Flatlines, and of course, yeah, Riflemen and Killers are much higher above it. Now, of course, these two are kind of need to be active and have an uptime, basically. Flatline doesn't, for instance. Flatline, this is basically going to have perfect uptime. I would definitely pick something like this over going fast hands, for instance. But also, for instance, going over... although on the burst end, of course, Strained, well, the Mark 17 doesn't have the firing time for it. Ranger kind of below Flatline as well, but we could definitely pick it if we don't want to have to lock into that. Would be an option. But that basically makes our 4. We have Killer, we have Rifleman, we have Flatline, we have Ranger as options. Situationally, Boomerang, but I wouldn't pick it as consistently anymore. It was one of my go-tos, but especially now with Killer being so much higher than it, and we can definitely make that work. Optimus being pretty low here on the sustain end. Then we see as well that a bunch of the exotics are actually doing pretty poorly on the sustain end. So for instance, actually, we didn't run into the Vindicator, one of the top ones on the burst end yet, although actually we did, but we didn't talk about it. The Vindicator, of course, here being decently high, and then when it's inactive, it's pretty low. Kind of the same story as the Merciless for it. What we see as well is actually the Artist Tool being really high up here, even on the sustain end as well. Kind of due to that CQB being decently good on sustain with its 40 rounds and a decent reload. That still will make this as well kind of one of my top picks for it, because we got to remember as well, when we're kind of talking about some of the other weapons with Rifleman, here with Artist Tool, we can have perfect Rifleman on the CQB. And overall, yeah, not much surprising. Some of the exotics are definitely kind of where we're expecting them to be, although actually the Diamond Mag is a little bit higher than you would think, although nowadays than we remember it being, mostly because, yeah, it does have a much better reload, although actually on the sustain list, with it being inactive, it is very low there, but yeah, its reload is so much better than it used to be. A bunch of the exotics kind of doing the same things as we saw with the SMGs, especially, where they're kind of, with their talent active, they're pretty high. With their talent inactive, they're really low on the sustain end, especially. But yeah, these all have kind of conditional uptimes. They won't be at here because you'll get, or well, you'll at least try to, right? Get some of the Vindicator shots on the marked areas. Dr. Home, though, does definitely just do this because, yeah, it doesn't have much better. But sustain-wise, it's decently far behind everything else. But yeah, that's kind of down to the M1A CQB being its base weapon. Does much better on the burst end, of course. But yeah, this does hurt it quite a bit here. Yeah, let's take this now to my stash, basically, where we'll kind of discuss, go weapon by weapon, and kind of discuss my final thoughts on them. Yeah. Getting there. Okay. We're in 125. A little bit longer than I wanted.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you.
But so far so good. Did I miss anything here? Yeah, there's a fire automatic burst. No, there's still need to tap fire multiple times for burst. So basically, on each click is a burst, but yeah, it's not auto. It isn't. You can't hold the button down. You have to click for each burst. Same for the Merciless, which has like a click in, click out, and the 1886 is also not auto. That's also why it is actually that high up there on those lists. Because it's basically still balanced in this old way of rifles. Do we have anything I want to take out of this list? Any quick... Oh, it's actually exactly... Oh, we have 12 UACs, but that's fine. Yeah, let's go through this list and kind of might do the exotics separately, and then yeah, that's it. And yeah, let's go weapon by weapon here in my stash, where I have one of every variant, because I keep one of each just for the burst and sustain tables, just so we can check against them if need be, especially if there's differences, as sometimes happens between variants. We'll start here with exotics. Diamondback is definitely a really good pick for if you are going and doing its talent thing. Of course, that requires kind of a separate build. You wouldn't want to have much in the form of crit chance. You could as well actually nowadays have it be very low on the crit chance and kind of even have retribution kind of fill in for the times it doesn't mark well. Although nowadays, the biggest change that actually happened to Agonizing Bite, the talent of the Diamondback, which is also what made it so much more usable in Descent especially, is that last season they changed it to be preferring enemies within 20 meters first. If there is an enemy within 20 meters, it'll pick one of them to mark, and specifically as well closest to you. And otherwise, it starts basically expanding beyond that 20 meters. That made it so that, yeah, generally, for instance, in Descent, sometimes it would mark across the room. Nowadays, it will generally mark, if you're close to a door, it will mark an enemy in that door, which has made it much more usable in there, but also out of there. You can much more consistently play this 20 meters game of trying to have basically only one or two enemies in that range, and then it will very likely be them that is getting marked. Its talent is very powerful. The continuous, of course, basically max crit chance that we can get out of it. Even though it is for 5 seconds, you can get quite a few out in those 5 seconds. Its reload is so much more usable than it used to be. It isn't per se a DPS weapon. You wouldn't generally use it like that. It is much more trying to get one shot, one kill kind of situations. So either pairing it with Headhunter or actually just pairing it with a lot of headshot and crit damage and just glass and just powering through and trying to get that headshot kill. And of course, with the increased bases for both the 1886 and also the Diamondback by extension, although the Diamondback actually already had that from last season, it is very powerful for that. If we move to the Dr. Home, Dr. Home can definitely be used, and it can be definitely useful. Actually, wait, I'm gonna cut it there. I'm going way too slow, first of all. Secondly, actually, I noticed there that we're not in the void. I want the black background here. Oh, wow. There it went, actually went. How's it? There we go. Should have checked for that first. Because also then we can see the weapon actually. Yeah, let's go. And we come, as with all of these, to my stash at the end of it to kind of discuss and go weapon by weapon and give my final thoughts, basically. I have one of every weapon that's mostly there for the burst and sustain tables, just so we can always check against in-game, basically, with them. Especially as sometimes there is differences within variations, sometimes unintended, as we for the longest of times had with the M1A CQB being different than the M1A SOCOM being better than it on base damage, where it shouldn't have been, or at least the SOCOM should have maybe been the same base damage as the other. But long story short, they're the same now, luckily. But yeah, just to catch those kinds of things. But yeah, let's get started here with the Diamondback, as we'll start with the exotics. The Diamondback is really good. Has always been, although actually it's been much improved last season, so not this season. When it's got its change to its Agonizing Bite, it will now try to always mark enemies within 20 meters and specifically as well closest to you, preferably. That makes it much more consistent, as we kind of notice in Descent, especially where we use this talent quite a bit. It is very powerful. Uptime-wise, you can't guarantee high uptime. And as well, if you're going to use this does require somewhat its own build. You could definitely make something that is all headshot and crit damage and really rely on this. You could, of course, just run it on a glass red, though, with some decent crit chance and kind of split the difference and try to, even when you don't hit a mark target to have. But you should definitely try to keep a decent uptime on it. And if you do, it definitely is very powerful. Still wouldn't use it per se in a DPS sense. You would much more go for like a one-shot, one-kill kind of situation. And that is much more, you would, headshot, crit damage, maybe glass, maybe headhunter, trying to get that going. Definitely usable, but not so much just for DPS sense. But of course, very powerful, potent and such for headhunter builds especially as well. We moved on to the Dr. Home. The Dr. Home's ability to heal everybody in the team. It is basically an all-round preservation, basically. If it marks a target, if that marked target is killed by any source, it will basically drop 10% armor at everybody's feet, given basically as if everybody had a palisade on. Very strong for that. Its biggest downsides are, especially for the person running it, that, yeah, you do get an 8-time scope. You have to deal with that. And because of that, yeah, it's kind of a hassle to use. What we saw as well, that it isn't great on burst nor sustain. It is actually horrendous on sustain, one of the worst, or well, the worst. And yeah, that's very much down to this 11-round mag, still being an M1A CQB, having this decently quick reload as we have here, but this is then as well with that, with the Eagle's Grasp that you have on this build. It's usable, but very situationally. I can definitely, sometimes having ran multiple of these in a group, you do feel the difference, both in having a lot less damage, but then also, yeah, getting the group healing going. Definitely one to consider, and especially if you pair it with focus, because you already are going to be in that scope anyway, can be a really good pick. Then to the Merciless, and by extension the Ruthless. If you're not aware, the Ruthless is basically a direct copy of the Merciless, but of course just a different skin. There used to be a difference between them, where the stability slot actually wasn't there on the Ruthless as it is here. So the Ruthless used to have worse stability than the Merciless, but that has been fixed a long time ago. I see that sometimes coming up, so just as trivia. The Merciless is usable, again, but somewhat situationally. You kind of need big packs of enemies to get that explosion to go. You also want overall to be decently close to the enemy or have decent weapon handling to get this accuracy going. Especially with a build where you're kind of going 3-piece via. I've been using it and having decent luck with it, but it is definitely not as consistent as, for instance, just a rifle with killer. That is definitely the thing with it. Like, situationally, you can get a lot of damage, for instance, doing, and let's say, air and space, where you have a bunch of spawns, especially later on in the mission, where they all spawn kind of in a doorway. You get some amp damage against them, you get an explosion that is hitting 4 or 5 enemies in a group setting. Then it's working decently well, but then you have, open world where the explosion will not hit anybody else sometimes, especially if they're not catching them on the spawn. Or the spawn happens and you've just had your explosion, so the next one comes when like everybody's spread out already. And yeah, the consistency of just a killer weapon can just outdo this severely. But it isn't as bad as it used to be. The Ravenous, of course, as we kind of saw on the list there, I'm not representing it very well because I'm especially doing it with this weapon damage primer, basically. The explosion of that, the detonation of that. 5 shots of it, basically, and the 6th shot exploding everything. That's not how we generally use this, though. We use this for this amplified damage to armor plates. For that, it is really strong, but I have no good way of quantifying this for a list like that. So we didn't. But we'll just say here that, yeah, the Ravenous, especially if you're fighting something with an armor plates, the damage that you can get out of this is unparalleled. There is nothing that will catch up to it. And because of that, it makes for a really good secondary, partially as well. Maybe even the one place where I could see the discussion about maybe putting DTH here. Although DTA or DTOC still works really well as well. But yeah, using it armor plate wise, using it just for that. Is it the best to main? Not really. I would definitely pick this as a secondary, because if you're just getting those explosions going, that's not as good again as yeah, any killer weapon or such could be. Then we have the Vindicator, as we saw on the list. If you're actually getting this amp 60%, 60% is of course a lot. It got buffed as well. You're dealing really good damage. It kind of feels like the Mantis, very much so. Where with the Mantis, of course, It's based on enemies having threat towards you or being like kind of like with behind you, kind of being targeting you. Here it is more, yeah, it's the highlighted body section. You can kind of control that. The issue in real play that comes with this is that highlighted body section is sometimes not visible, and sometimes in a real way, just the weapon does not highlight. There will be a part of their body that if you hit it, you will notice that it's doing a lot more damage, but the visual of it is not there, kind of in the same way that some enemies don't have their active modifiers, enemy modifiers showing until you shoot them and kind of figure out what they have. But then here, yeah, if you are decently getting a decent amount out of it, you're doing really well with it. Of course, the big downside of this as well, it is an 8x scope again, which is a real downside. You lose a lot of awareness, especially solo or such. And in a group setting, people might poach your kills basically as you're trying to like lay into an enemy. So this definitely usable, definitely worth trying out. The 8x scope kind of hurts it, but then focus can really help it as well, of course. Being in that voice for too long is or like in this like speed mode. my voice is not liking it, but that's fine. We just have the high ends to go and then outer. Let's do this. Yeah. And starting with the 1886, as we kind of discussed with the Diamondback, the 1886, especially here, as I have it here with Determined, works really well. And of course, it has basically close to MMR base damages now, as it got quite increased. It also has a much better mag size now. As a DPS side weapon, definitely not a general pick I would make. One thing of note, actually, as we didn't, of course, discuss that here, but actually in the bottom of the burst and sustain tables of the rifles, there is actually now a segment that just sorts them by base damage. This would be our picks as well, and this is really what shows what the 1886 is for. It has a really high base damage, the thing that we care about a lot for the purposes of Headhunter. This list is the one to go by basically there for that. As a DPS sense, it doesn't make enough sense. Especially we're losing a bunch of mods, of course. We're reloading way too often for those shots. But yeah, as a Headhunter weapon, there is no better pick. If we move on to the ACR-SS, the ACR-SS is definitely usable, but I wouldn't generally pick it anymore. Burst and sustain wise, it makes more sense than, let's say, an LM4 or LVOC for me. Handling wise, it is comparable, usable, but you really need to have a use case for its higher RPM, which is really what it has going for it. But its RPM isn't high enough to, for instance, be used on strikers or on heartbreakers or such to do stacking with. It still doesn't have enough oomph for that, but yeah, it's trying. Overall, I will sometimes pick this still, a weapon that I kind of enjoy trying to tame. It does have a very consistent recoil pattern, much more so than some of the others, especially the accuracy, but it's a hard sell. We'll come to the artist tool when we talk about the SIGs. Let's go to the Classic M1A first. The Classic M1A is definitely usable. It's still one of the most handleable weapons, as it basically just stays on target. It has so much time in between shots. And definitely has a little bit better burst. Sustain-wise, though, the UIC and such give it, if you're kind of going for that balance of it, a UIC or a Resolute could kind of be in the same ballpark, handling-wise, recoil pattern-wise. But then, yeah, the sustain of this kind of really hurts it. Then actually the surprising one for me with the big list as we had it is I was expecting the Mark 17s to kind of perform much worse than they kind of do in the end. The Mark 17s, I was kind of starting to think about phasing them out with the police and the military Mark 17s. But actually, I'm going to keep them as mostly as secondaries. Overall, as well, on this, the police has a tiny bit better stability overall than the. Although here they don't have matching mods, but versus this, for instance, actually that was also, but character has one on themselves that I was using earlier. But yeah, the police is overall the better pick over the normal Mark 17. Moving on to the lightweight M4, as we kind of brought it up, and the LVOC, we'll toss those two together as are very similar. Actually, they do have a difference in RPM, and because of that as well, a tiny difference in their base damages. But the rest of it is actually very similar. The mag size, the optimal range, their handling as well, and the recoil pattern. Overall, I would say that the lightweight M4 has a little bit better, it has a much better reload. And then the LVOC has a little bit better accuracy than the lightweight M4, the LVOC. Neither I would generally pick. Their burst and sustain wise, they're just below, especially the 6 CQB. They do have 10 rounds more than it, of course, but not for the loss that they have. The M16, of course, was kind of, as we saw, burst and sustain kind of towards the top of the high ends. That definitely means on a damage end of things, it makes sense as a damage unit. But of course, it doesn't have that auto firing that we now get to enjoy with all of the other rifles. That is always going to be its balancing factor, that you have to click. If you are willing to click, and if you're willing to learn its recoil pattern and kind of get used to this thing, overall, this is the top pick, DPS-wise. Overall, if we're holistically looking at it as the rifle that I would pick to use, I'm going with the Mark 17s and the 6 CQBs. Just because they are out of firing, handling-wise, you don't have to learn that recoil, that 3-shot recoil pattern that you kind of have to compensate for, which is actually quite annoying to kind of deal with. If you're going to put substantial amounts of weapon handling towards it to kind of tame that, now it's going to lose to even a Mark 17 with just full out crit chance crit damages. So yeah, it is kind of it is definitely usable. If you are willing to handle it, then you can get really good results with it. But as an overall pick, I'm going to go with some of the other ones. Moving on to the M1A CQB, what we saw, especially with this, more so even than the classic M1A, it is really good on burst. It is kind of at the trifecta, at the top trifecta of the bursters. But even more so than the classic M1A, it is a worse sustainer, just because it is firing twice as fast, of course, and it does have a better reload than the classic M1A, but yeah, it still hurts way too much. It goes into this reload quite consistently, quite fast. Also, it jumps around quite a bit accuracy-wise. Well, we didn't see that well in basically that graphic that I made. The spread is quite more severe than it would be with a classic M1A. It does accuracy-wise bloom out quite a bit. Then yeah, reaching the Resolute Mark 47, and by extension, the Harmony, definitely usable for the Harmony end, of course, for Perfect Instinct, the situations that we use that for. Damage-wise, well, it does okay on sustain, but even then, as we saw, it didn't really out-sustain the Mark 17s or the 6 CQBs. But then on burst, it's losing so heavily to them. What, of course, the Resolute and the UIC even more so have is that they handle really well. But there is a point where you kind of also need to do the damage. Well, they feel great, and definitely a UIC, I could see myself picking that if I'm just not trying to try hard. We're just doing easy enough stuff, just some heroic stuff. I don't want to try hard. I could see myself grabbing a UIC, specifically more than this, because the UIC actually does handle quite a bit better than this. But overall, yeah, the lack of damage, especially on this one, makes it so that if I'm going for that lack of damage and the handleability, I'm going to go with the UIC, which has a little bit better than it. Then we have the SIGs, as we have here the the SIG 716, and then the 716 CQB, 716 CQB. There's a lot of S's in that. Overall, as we saw, the CQB has a better damage output, even with the loss of that mod, compensating for that, especially on a build even there where we have really high crit chance, crit damages and such. We're still doing pretty okay. We're not losing. It's not losing to the non-CQB. Then as well, we have that the actual CQB has better handling than the normal non-CQB. So overall, it is the better pick handling wise as well, and damage wise as well. The CQB and also by extension the artist tool, as we passed by earlier. Both of those are really my topics for damage. CQB with just killer or going artist tool for the perfect rifleman is, really good picks. Overall, my top picks actually. So when I'm maining a rifle, I'm likely gonna go with 6 CQB. The SOCOM now finally the same as the M1A CQB. For the longest time, it wasn't, of course. It was a different base, even though they're supposed to be variants of each other. And this is one of the reasons I keep one of each variant in my in my weapon collection, basically, because sometimes weird stuff like that happens. Now that they're kind of the same, the CQB has actually a tiny bit better handling, a tiny bit better stability. A/B testing wise, you see it a little bit in its outcome, but if you're just running it, you wouldn't really feel the difference. The same as with the CQB, it is usable. It is definitely one of the ones that can output in burst quite high, but its sustain kind of murders it for me. In comparison, especially to I would pick the M16 and try to learn its firing pattern, and that's basically how I have to click for it and how to recoil compensate it over using this per se. The UIC, as we talked about it with the Resolute, it just lacks damage. It does handle really well. I will be the first to admit that. If on some of the other weapons you are putting basically all handling mods, and that is how you want to run it, which, for instance, for me and myself, I feel the Mark 17 has more than enough handling that I'm perfectly happy with it. And then just with all crit chance and crit damage mods. If you're putting a bunch of handling mods on a higher weapon than this, consider this maybe, because then this will likely beat higher weapon than this with all handling mods. But that's kind of the situation for it, that I would actually pick it. Although I might just grab it here and there if we're just doing relaxed content and I don't really care about my damage output that much and just want to have a relaxing time. For a relaxing time, make it a UIC 15 mod 2 time. The MDR, as we saw handling wise, it kind of is a pick. It goes to the ceiling if you let it. You do need to kind of deal with it kind of in the same way as the LVOEC and the lightweight M4. But then, especially burst wise, it does a lot better than actually them. As I was kind of looking over to that list, of course. It does do better on them than them on burst. It loses a little bit to them on sustain, especially to the lightweight M4, which has pretty good reload, of course. But I generally wouldn't pick this over the CQB. It has the same amount of rounds as well, and it especially handling is here the bigger difference, because the MDR is actually higher than the CQB. No, it is actually below it. So it is a tiny bit below it. But then this has actually the handling that really pulls up. The CQB is much more handleable than it, so I would just pick that. As we saw as well, the USC kind of in the same ballpark. The USC does actually land above the CQB, but its handling is significantly worse. So it doesn't win by enough. It is basically 0.30% So not even, not even a third of a percentage point ahead on burst. That's not worth it for me to recoil compensate this weapon when I could just be much more comfortable with a CQB. And that's kind of the overall picks, I would say, over for me. The CQB is definitely one to pick. The 716 definitely usable, but the CQB is just overall better. So you could pick it if you just have a good one lying around. But especially as we kind of talked about, the artist tool, very usable. Same, for instance, for putting killer on the CQB. The Mark 17 definitely as a secondary, especially for ammo conservation tool, a really great pick as a secondary. Mainable definitely as well, but I will likely go with the CQB, where it's a little bit worse in handling, but does a decent amount better, especially when we kind of consider burst and sustain together. And then, yeah, of course, the very best weapon actually we skipped. So how dare we not talk about the cooler? It is very refreshing. Yeah. We all know what that does, of course. And it does 0 burst and sustain DPS. So yeah, let's go to our conclusion here and round things out. Yeah, let me catch up here as I was kind of in my own world. Oh, hey there, Tasty. And hey there, Tech Slow as well. Yeah, as I was saying it, I was kind of that DTH thing. I was kind of going like, wait, actually, no, it isn't, right? That's not even. But yeah, that's what happens when I have to talk way too much. There was a thing with it though. What was the thing with it? Yeah. I might even cut that out. But yeah, that is the.
Tired of staring at the same.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go to.
You might have to shoot it.
Go back over there.
May not be my favorite song, but
Hostile control point nearby.
I feel like the city was getting safer.
Oh yeah, of course. No, that's the thing. Theoretically, it does more, of course, because of the Fox's Prayer. I'm like, there was something with that. I remember having a discussion with someone going like, yeah, technically it's more damage, but also like not considering. Because of foxes, because you're gonna have like there's gonna be foxes in a rifle build. Although wait, actually, how much is that even? So if we have 1.18 divided by 1.10 or 1.1, so that no wait, the other way around. 1.18 divided by 1.08. So yeah, technically the DTOC on the weapon would be a 9.25. Yeah. Less than a % difference. Uncovers IH plus for Chengas and not. No. Yeah, those those weren't even like considerations there. Rounded to that. Wait. I instantly forgot the number. But yeah, it's basically 1.18% divided by 1.08, which is basically what you're adding in there. So yeah, it's a Yeah, so 0.75. But yeah, 0.8 rounded up. I was waiting for the breakdown on the water gun. Hey, they're flooded. Yeah, I was in my head actually the whole time trying to try to figure something funny out, but actually I kind of just didn't really push through into it, but it's fine. How long is this mess? 1 hour 48 minutes. Ugh. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, actually, it's a bunch of people bring it up. I love the mustache you put on it. Very, very, very toasty. Or what? Or is that supposed to be a mustache? I don't even. It's kind of. Or is it just supposed to be a wide nose or something? Or wait, is the mouth at the bottom or just wait? Confusing perspective. Or is it more supposed to be just because you're now looking at it, it looks like a mouth at the bottom there, and then the nose is in the middle. I saw it as more like. Actually, now I can't see it the other way around. Actually, no, in the small one I can kind of see it like that, which is kind of yeah. And the big one I can't see it the other way anymore. It's a nose? Oh, yeah. I've never seen any of those, so no idea how that works. Let's see your DMing me as well. Yeah, let's round this out. Because yeah, we've been in here for forever. For never.
Hostile control point identified.
I'll go stand in the sunlight in our winter coat. Yeah, let's round this out. Right scene, yeah. And to conclude this monstrosity of a video, although of course there was a lot to say about rifles, we can kind of conclude that overall, one last thing about rifles that I actually maybe should have started with a little bit is that rifles still don't really compete well against the other weapon classes. Overall, they're kind of in the same burst area when we kind of consider them by themselves. But of course, the top-leaning builds are very much RPM-based. Although Umbra definitely is a good fit for rifles. OD is a good fit. Negotiator is a good fit. Negotiator being overall likely the top build for it, but then with 3 marks. Of course, it doesn't fit in well with strikers, although you could definitely use it as secondaries on strikers, and I've done so, maining an AR and then kind of swapping over, or just stacking with an ACS and then swapping over and such. But it's more hassle than it's worth, and especially with LMGs and SMGs being a decent place, especially LMGs being now in a decent place, I kind of like those as secondaries more for those. Maining them with negotiators, maining them with other places, one thing comes into play quite heavily, and that is this second stat. The second stat is 17 crit damage, where, of course, even on an SMG, we have 21 crit chance. And as we now recently, have had the fixes kind of to the crit chance mods being 5%, and then now the crit damage mods no longer being 5%, but actually becoming the 10% that they should have been really from the get-go. How is this 21 and how is this 17 less than it? For this to be competitive, this should be in the 40s of crit damage, or maybe reconsidered and maybe a different talent maybe picked for this. But yeah, this would need to be in close to 40, in the 40s, especially to compete against things like the 21 DTH of ARs, even though that DTH, of course, has not the same amount of uptime, basically, as crit damage would have, although with the crit chance, of course. it's still 21 of it. Of a separate multiplier applying quite a bit, because everything will have health. Not everything will have armor, but everything will have health at the very least, so you have at least a little bit of uptime on it. The 17 crit damage really hurts rifles, and that is actually one of the things that has made me, in a lot of places where I was considering maining rifles, for instance OD, I swapped that to becoming a Carnage. In several other builds as well, I was leaning towards rifles, but then actually calculating it against LMGs, against SMGs, against ARs. They consistently lose out. There is still value to them because they have, their damage per shot is much higher, their firing time is much higher. Especially on sustain, they kind of do better, but as we've kind of discussed many a times, this division much more leans towards burst, and even on the sustain end, they compete, but not in a very significant fashion. Not against especially LMGs, which can out-sustain them in several ways. Especially the MG5 that now has a much better reload, for instance. So rifles are in a decent place, but not a good place. Usable, but not the best. Definitely not the top picks. And a lot of it is down to this. So what I'm hoping for, and what we might, as a community, push for, is that we bump this up, at the very least, that equivalent to crit chance, make it 42. Make it the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And just give this 42 crit damage to align with the 21 crit chance that we get from SMGs. Calculation-wise, that doesn't actually bump them up because, of course, we are already running builds with a lot of crit damage. But at least it gives them a boost. Or maybe even rethink this one to maybe be something different, although I wouldn't per se know. Because, yeah, we do have some unused ones. You could maybe even go with something like maybe bringing damage to Elite Spec, even though it seems like a bad idea, but in one slot. And then you could maybe make rifles the go-to tool against names and against and such. The one thing that the rifles, of course, definitely do have is, especially the 1886, making for a really good headhunter, where you can use shields, which is, of course, what I kind of do with specifically the
Hostile control point nearby.
headhunter tech tanks, for instance. So this something like this could not, for instance, exist with MMRs, because we would need our shield for it, and rifles can do that. So there's definitely a place for them, especially on that end, especially on the headhunting end. On the DPS end, on the just red build and crit chance, crit damage based builds, they are decent, and especially because we can go with builds like this, where we have bonuses now that we can use a 2-piece of the Zvia and then also get magazine size and this 20 rifle damage. You can basically see this as a plus 10 on the first one, a plus 10 on the second one, and we get this magazine size for free, basically, right? Those aren't bad bonuses, and this can make for a decent build. But also, for instance, as we kind of talked about, we can even go with the 3rd-piece Zvia, giving up a little bit more damage, getting this weapon handling in there. This makes also for a very decent build. And for instance, for some of the weapons that are a little bit more atrocious, I would actually kind of pick something like this. Although at this point, I would go with Cheska chest with glass. As that will likely beat this, although I haven't calculated it. I'm now considering that, yeah, maybe it doesn't anymore, not with 8 crit chance there. But yeah, enough of my ramblings. Let's end this here. If you did enjoy my video, and if you did enjoy all of this, please do any and all of the algorithm things around this site to help out if you can, if you're willing, as it does help out, and so I'll do that a little bit of shilling. For future videos, we're going to continue on with the characters as we went through them on the build collection. Next up is character 2, which is actually this one. So this build will slide past again with that. Also with that, the shotgun one is done of this kind of list. So we'll have that likely next week. And as well, I'm spooling up to do the Lengmo Pestilence build showcase. So yeah, all of those coming up in the future. But yeah, thank you for joining me. And as always, have a good night. I got rambly there. I feel like my brain is gone now. It was 7 minutes. That was fine there. I wanted to have that somewhere in there, the rambling. Yeah, let's go back here. And then let's also catch up on chat for a second. And hey there, Zarin. How does the Vindicator rate? So, well, I mean, I can just send you to the DPS table. Although, well, the video will be up as well in a bit. We just copy pasted that, but in that folder you will find this one. So that's this folder, the 4.0 rifle, although that will all be behind the game there, but you can kind of have a look through it. But yeah, keep in mind that this Vindicator, this is with its talent, basically 100% uptime. And then down here is it with basically 0% uptime, making it kind of, yeah, that split. You know, it's really good when you actually hit your shots. It's really bad when you don't, and then you kind of have to deal with the 8x scope. If you're okay dealing with the 8x scope and maybe going focus with it and stuff, it's definitely more usable than it used to be. It's definitely usable. Something on Discord and the reference. Oh, that's what you sent. Okay. Yeah, I love it. No, well, just in a small way or in the small thing. I kind of actually with the small one, I still see it that way. It's kind of, it looks like just some dude with a mustache, kind of. That nose is like, because mostly you can't see the mouth, so it kind of looks like it's like. But then, yeah, when I see the bigger version, yeah, you kind of see it. And hey there, Curvist. In these divisions as well. Thanks for the kind words.
Hostile control point identified.
What do you say, Ransom? Says, shows me his butt and fucks away. Okay. Well, let's go catch him once. Let's do stop here. Did you forget your pathfinding? And he stops all the way over there, doesn't he? Oh, he stops all the way by that tree, doesn't he? And he stops here. Because if you didn't know, if you have Ransom, I know it is by this tree. But every time he stops, you can have interaction with him, and he does like emotes. Oh, yeah. Oh, is it a reference to something? Yeah.
Tired, I'm just bored.
What's happening? What's a reference? Have you considered getting off my young whippet-man? Yeah, let's maybe go do Roosevelt. The last few days we have it available. Yeah, I know what. Let's actually run this. Or just run the spotter version. Let's run this actually with a Mark 17. I might actually, I should swap. But yeah, definitely the takeaway from that rifle video is, yeah, the CQB is pretty good, but also actually the Mark 17 is not as bad as I thought it would be. Because I definitely put a few back in the stash. And I'm definitely going to pull a few back out. Didn't I still have one on this card here? I do. Where's this one at? You know, actually, let's swap these two. In position. Yeah, let's actually run the spotter version, although yeah, not what we were running, but the spotter version with vigilance. Although I want to do this on heroic with a red build. Not particularly. Don't mind doing it on heroic with like a tech tank or something. You know what? Let's see how far my brain actually is gone. I definitely feel a little bit mentally drained after all. That was a lot of talking. Yeah. If we die, I'm just gonna grab a tech.
Taking down the outcast stronghold and neutralizing their leader, Emmeline Shaw, will do serious damage to the faction. Also, Henry has intel
Oh shit!
that
I
a
still need
mechanical
to.
engineer from the
But yeah,
campus
we'll do that
settlement
this
was brought
evening.
here recently. So be
I
on the
need to
lookout for
still do
captives.
second accounts, like all everything of the project. Should definitely do that this evening. Oh, also I need to farm a little bit of the loot goblin. Might actually do that. I definitely didn't click there. I wasn't just clicking. Definitely not what was happening there. Instead of just holding down the button. Hey, always let this in. Thanks for poking in and kick you around.
More bad guys just past the fuselage of the cargo plane.
Enjoy
No
whatever
indication
jail
they heard the shooting.
you're headed off to.
Not a goddamn thing. Why are we patrolling this far out? Cause Emmeline told us to. Take it up with her if you gotta complain.
Shit! Running out of something!
Okay, this thing has way too much
Keep your eyes open.
weapon
It might be
handling
nothing, but it might be
this.
something. Is that
No, actually,
supposed to be
maybe it doesn't
helpful
as
at
well.
all?
Let's go with
Because it
this.
isn't.
Because actually,
Shut
oh
your
yeah, that was the
damn
reason
mouth
I
before
wanted the
I shut it for
ACRSS
you.
in this.
Both of you shut up.
Because this thing has basically braced, always active. As we have 45 weapon handling, 3-piece Zvia, and then also the Eagle's Grasp. Although, actually, so I should put a USC on this then, right? Maybe. See if we get any exotics today as well. Yeah. Yesterday on 2 of my Roosevelt runs, although both on heroic as well.
Let's move.
On each run, I get an extra
There's no
exotic
direct
just
way
as a
into the main
drop.
compound from where you are. If you can get up on the wing, you can detour
Of course, seeing
around
as it
to the
happened
west
twice,
along the
it's a
quarantine
guaranteed.
barricade.
Guaranteed 3 exotic drop. That's how that works, right? So wait, what would actually be the pick for this one then? Because we could go with one that has horrendous handling. So either MDR or USC. Over the ACRSS. Yeah.
You're coming up on a burn pit. At least half a dozen hostiles, but it doesn't look like they're expecting you.
Wait, did I? I'm gonna like try and do. I check that after this. Did I actually? Discuss the UIC in that final thing? I'll have a look in the video in a second.
It's hard to focus with a gun pointed at your head. Help me, please! I'm working as fast as I can. Just aim that thing somewhere else. These guys are insane. I have to get out of here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What is this? I'm gonna leave this guy?
Serious trauma detected.
Screw ya!
Those outside have sacrificed themselves for you. Prove that their sacrifice was not in vain.
That's a little more guy.
Yeah, that's it. You will pay for your.
It's quite the spot he picked to put on his. He just, instead of hiding behind something, he went on top of something, so it's like super extra exposed. And solo scaling with the modifiers.
I hope you burn this whole place to the ground.
This isn't too hard. Well, actually, yeah, we're not really on like a really good base. Actually, good base would be kind of on the 7-minute mark, being already in the tunnel after the next boss fight. We're not even at the boss fight yet. Like 7:30 being at the tunnel.
You're coming up on the central area, and it looks like they've sealed the gate.
Then you're gonna have to find a way to unseal it.
That's good.
Those outside have sacrificed themselves for you.
Sure, let's use them when
Sacrifice was
ACQB.
not in vain.
Yeah, she benefits from the reload. Oh yeah, if I remember right, even with the handling extra that we have here, because it has a lot of horizontal recoil. Then even in the past, requital was kind of not as bad on rifles because you just didn't hit as much. You didn't hit as many times.
Vital signs critical.
Getting surrounded is not something I should allow. It's like this. Should just call him with the chest.
Be careful. They're bound to be expecting you. What the hell was that?
A group of hostiles is moving toward a boat on the east shore. They're escorting someone who appears to be unarmed.
If Emmeline gets away, finding her isn't going to
Wait.
be easy. You've got to stop that boat. Find a way to the shore and make sure that boat doesn't get away.
Sloppy of Cindy. I'm pretty sure Emmeline has 2 arms. She appears to be. I'll see myself back.
You see me here now? Light them up!
Yeah, that's exactly where I wanted to take cover. That guy is gonna be very annoying.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
It's always what I dislike about red builds. What? He's still hitting me. Stand up and shoot at me. Like sometimes you just have to just wait for something. Like that guy to just start moving. That's why I like dictating so much better. Just I dictate pace. Not the enemy.
What's going on with that boat?
Hasn't launched yet. Looks like they're in the process of fueling it. There are big tanks on either side of the boat.
Those tanks are a primary target. What about Emmeline?
Already aboard the boat, assuming that was her.
I was even without the tank being pulsed because I can't pulse that far.
Never let them take control! Bada boom!
Triggered all out. I did it right. My long range and all range,
Vital signs critical.
which means that this thing is gonna go bye-bye real quick. I was gonna say I'm not even gonna get this way. It'll be surprising.
Without their leader and their
Yeah,
strong,
you guys are my witnesses,
the
right?
outcasts are going to be much less of a problem than before. You know, what happened to
See,
them
you shot at me.
what they
Self-defense.
did was even worse. I just hope they're finally at peace.
Let's get the loot on the pier of the ocean. Can I loot? Let's get these resources. Alright, sure, what was my time? I don't want to look at the explosion, do I? Well, look at this. 12:29, okay, wait. 2 minutes left. Alright, it's actually also becoming nighttime. Yeah, let's maybe make an attempt. That would I not much rather do that on second account. Yeah, let's swap to second account. Wait, actually, before I do that, let's just wanna briefly check in the big segment. Did I actually talk about the UIC?
Is mandatory. Please remove all metallic objects and
The
electronic
CQB
devices entering the
would
safe
just pick
area.
it, but its handling is okay. Yeah. Just checking. I don't remember what I said about it, so I was like, did I even? Did I even?
Your business is appreciated.
Was I odd or did I even? I was actually apparel ways. Let's save this as a loadout. Like actually how silly this guy was. Especially like the wait, why doesn't the helmet share? Actually, let's get those. Right, doesn't show there. Okay. With the beard and then like, I should make a white beard. Silly agent wearing winter clothing in the summer. That's not right.
Looking to deal?
Okay.
That was a good deal.
Yeah, let's have like another 45 minutes, although at most. Yeah. Let's go to this second account where I really want to get a detox harvest. Because while I do have a determined one that I've kind of put detox on and then graded up a little, I would, if I'm gonna grade one up to like 27, I would much rather it be free talentable one. Because I don't think they're ever gonna actually do the thing and actually balance the third stats. They haven't so far, so as we're booting back up. That's how that's. What is actually the original text of that song? We're booting back up. Da-da, da-da, da-da. There's like those AIs you can hum to, right? And they get the song. Well, of course, that's now just the canon. Did that break audio? Doesn't seem like it, but I'm just gonna do my fix anyway. Because sometimes it's just a little bit and it's not very noticeable on the meter there. Yeah, let's go loot goblin murdering. Have I actually gotten my SHG requisitions here even? I don't think so. I'll do that in between streams. Let's just go. We have like half an hour to get a few loot goblins in, and also it's nighttime, so he spawns. If you've ever had it where like he doesn't want to consistently spawn, nighttime helps a lot. So doing it while nighttime. Snitch is much more consistent during daytime, and then loot goblin boy is much more consistent during nighttime. What are we even gonna take? Sure. Let's take a Heartbreaker, take time. Let's also actually, yeah, we don't the items that drop, or like the Christmas items.
Priority objective available.
Shut up, Anna, available. They will always drop at heroic quality. So you don't need to be on anything above normal. Speaking of snitch, let's see if we can get him. I might try to get Danny's one exotic cache in between streams as well. Or maybe in a little bit. And a snitch.
My buddy is open for business.
Target is
Oh,
nearby.
I shouldn't have picked that up because that's a normal bunny. You have some bunnies saved up still? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because they're open right and still for a while as well. Yeah, let's go. And to spawn the goblin, kind of actually the same kind of as with the snitch. You kind of fast travel to points where he has a bunch of spawns. And then just hope for the best. DZ Southgate, he has like 3 spawns near here, so when we run out here... It's also why I don't want Fog of War. But yeah, basically, there being even a fight over there means that he's not going to spawn. So something else basically has been... I like basically bouncing between... What? Why can I not fast travel to that in beta? I like bouncing between, although preferably capital not activated. But...
Hostile control point detected.
I did the sat gate and then... Because here there's also 3 spawns of him. So usually if you get up to here... And he doesn't spawn... Then it's kind of... Well, actually I'm not sure if his spawn and... Maybe there's a global cooldown timer for that boat. Or maybe they're like that. Let's actually log out, log in. I don't know if the snitch spawning actually does anything weird with that. I haven't really, like... Never generally had to, like, gone for the snitch. Before going for the loot goblin or something. That's usually not what happens. The snitch has a 1 hour cooldown. Nothing you do like this will matter for that. But the loot goblin doesn't. That's also why the loot goblin actually doesn't drop.
Priority objective available, agent.
Let's just pick something so Anna shuts
Entering
up.
safe area.
Sure, what is this? One loop of descent, I'll get right on that, Anna. I'll totally not leave that up just to make you shut up. Because if I don't want to hear Anna, just pick something there that you're not likely to do quickly and, you know. She'll shut up for a bit. Here, goblin, 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 goblin. That should be far enough that... Whoa. But honestly, if he hasn't spawned by then... Actually, never played around with difficulty for him spawning.
Hostile control point nearby.
I wonder maybe if it does have actually better spawn. Goblet. I know we're gonna just jump between the two, but I'll show a bunch of because yeah, there's a spot, DCD is a spot, Jefferson Trade Center is a good spot. But in this one, you spawn here and you run south. Mostly the thing is you want to get into a bunch of bubbles of places where he can spawn. And here there's like 4 sewers that he can spawn from. Well, let's actually try. I generally still just do it on heroic. Here I was just been wanting to be lazy. Because I feel generally like, especially at night, jumping around like twice is already more than enough to spawn. Although here he might spawn and like, it might just have been random chance. And then, well, you know. the classic. You know.
Let's see
Yeah.
what he's got.
Cooler for this time. Front spawn, of course. We just fast all over it. Let's murder him. Them and their silly hats. And anyway, the play here is basically we go back to White House, log out, log in. Try again. Logging out and logging in definitely seems to help. Not sure what the mechanic there is, but because most of the time logging out and logging in doesn't do much for other things. Because some people put that log out and logging in as well for like snitch, which doesn't matter for the snitch at all, or for the names, which also you can consistently make them spawn without logging out and logging in. But for the snitch or for the loot goblin, it does seem to help. Why is it sometimes taking so long?
Safe area entered.
And yeah, we just yump around and try to try our luck. I think that spawn being there will already make it so he won't spawn you. Because basically it's a random event that gets triggered. So for there to be spawns already, it's very unlikely that he'll spawn on top.
Hostile control point identified.
Spawned by now. I saw that subtitle and was like, oh, it's got DCD as well. Oh, yeah, basically, if you have two spots, you can just jump between them. I kind of like just jumping all over the place. With a trigger. Because yeah, here it has a bunch of spawns as well. One is like from there, one is from there, and running south through here basically will make it so you're getting close enough for him to spawn at any of them. And then here he spawns from here if he spawns, but
Let's see what he's
sometimes you have to give it a second as well. Like, that's why I like kind of linger for a second. That's his other spawn. Oh. Nah, not even gonna keep that. So one of the things I've also left is that this character hasn't gotten the snow machine. I was gonna say the cool machine, man. Snow machine. So it's not actually in his pool. Right. Just to help my chances a little bit. Because technically third account I need it as well, but I'm not gonna like This isn't the grind I enjoy much. It's also much less bad if when you're doing it in a group setting. Might actually try getting a group together with
Safe
people
area
that are
detected.
interested. But here I'm just gonna go for another like 20 minutes. I'll just try a bit solo. At least in a group, you know, you're just chatting and just... It's definitely... Because the only thing that would activate combat on me that close would be him. And this is... And most of the places that are good are just good because he has multiple spawns near them. So again, that's a chill out, right? Must have. But I on to although yeah, I would just use the blue core, so it doesn't need anything else. Actually, let me check here while we're here anyway. Actually, I think it's fine as well if you just log out there. Why am I not trying that? Actually, just logging out there and logging back in, it would put me at a safe house. It would save a fast travel. We don't need to per se go back to the wheat house. Oh, it's cheaper. The with or without house. No, let's go. Many things worth getting as a new player. The harvest especially. The harvest is the named pistol. It is overall one of the better headhunter pistols if you're going the headhunter route. And definitely that could be a decent-ish piece to have.
Entering safe area.
It'll likely just be around till Thursday. So it's either till the end of Wednesday night, basically Wednesday night, or it's going to be like in the entirety of Thursday as well. Outside of that, there's a bunch of items that are kind of joke items that, you know, it's not too bad to have. Like having an O'Carroll, it makes if you headshot people, it kind of makes an explosion happen, kind of fireworks happen. It's kind of fun. Cooler can be just silly to like spray people with, which is basically just a water gun, but it can give hazard protection, but nobody uses it for that. Slayer can be fun, just to like it shoots snowballs. It's the SMG that shoots snowballs. Getting a decent chill out, if you get a chill out along the way with high armor, might be worth keeping, but there aren't many builds which use that. The raid tank uses that, so if you're maybe into like wanting to go to the raid, a 12 crit. You know, if he drops a 12 crit, you know, you might as well take that. But that's actually favorite that, but yeah, that's not a very common drop. Let's try just logging out here and see. Or maybe adding a step too much there. But yeah, the harvest, the pistol that was there, but then specifically you want either determined on it, or you want damage targets out of cover as a second stat, so you can put any talent on it. But yeah, that pistol is actually a good item.
Safe area detected.
I'm forgetting one, right? Oh yeah, festive delivery. Festive delivery is also a joke item, basically. It's a backpack. If you throw a grenade, it does backup things. There is actually some silly stuff you can do with it, especially with Hollywood, which is actually coming up. So if you get...
Hostile control point.
So most of the items of it, keeping one of them is kind of, you know, not the worst idea. But yeah, the harvest is actually an actually really usable item because it is... Regulus is better, but Regulus can't do determined. Especially for pistol determined builds is basically just 10% better than the 686 that it's based on. And a daybreak is starting. He is less consistent during the day, but not like impossible, so we'll still try. And I'm just gonna go with a bunch of spots because there's even actually as well Lincoln here running out this way. There's several spots. That's basically RNG for the rest of it. I was giving him moments because, like we saw with that Jefferson one, that was pretty. Although I feel that one was the latest I've ever seen him pop up. I tried Legendary Solo the other day, but they didn't make it far. That's about a rate for at least. Well, if it was a stronghold, especially in the summit, the enemy numbers scale and also the. When you go to legendary, the enemy numbers scale and also the health and armor. The strongholds, doing them solo, only the health and armor skills that are numbers, like what spawns, the amount of things, actually stays the same. Making solo legendary one of the things that is just, if you're doing it, you're just doing it as a challenge for yourself. But actually, if you've even made it like a room in, you've done better than most, especially starting out. Seeing this many patrols around, there is basically no chance. Let's go back to DZ. And sometimes it takes a while, sometimes it's very quick. Although yeah, nighttime definitely helps, so. It's not being nighttime anymore.
Civilians in danger.
And he always triggers when he spawns. He triggers in combat, so you can just check your minimap and see if he spawned. There we go. Festive. I already have most of those kind of items. Really, the prize I'm going for, I have this one, which had determined, and I've put detox on it. But yeah. Kind of like if I'm gonna take a weapon to like 27, which this weapon definitely, you know, well, the harvest would be good. Don't want to do it on this one per se. Just in case. Just sometimes it's worth running. Like 99% of the time I'm undetermined with it. We might want to run, you know, preservation or something for something.
Safe area entered.
And this is also the reason why he doesn't scale. We're on heroic, but he still drops purple loot. He's too easy to farm. So they just chose not to scale him. Which actually is surprising. I wouldn't have expected them to actually care enough. That guy being there excludes those sides. This guy being here and excludes these sides. Because most of the time you'll notice when he's spawning, there's nothing else. And that is a pretty consistent thing. So generally if you see some people, I still try, but actually I should just basically if other stuff has spawned. It's definitely not always that he's always solo, but because here, yeah, there's definitely something over there per minimap that he spawned. Oh, actually, even like, yeah, like that, but oftentimes it isn't like that. And yeah, the thing is, mostly its patrols are kind of fine because they are not like fixed spots kind of thing. But yeah, especially like the, you know, two outcasts fighting two true sons or something stuff. If that kind of stuff spawns, then he's very unlikely to be around. Oh yeah, we've got him a few times so far. We'll keep going for another 10 minutes. Okay, so then I have to jump off. I'm gonna actually try to because I have a meeting and then I have to also go to a place.
Hostile control point detected.
But I might actually, after the meeting, try to stitch together that video, just let it render. And then when I come back, timestamp everything, make a thumbnail, make a description, and upload it. I do want that thing to go up actually before evening stream. The rifle video.
Let's see what these guys have got.
Now let's see what you have got. And now when you break the weak point on his backpack, basically that's when he drops his lid. And there's decent purple gear sometimes as well. If I was on my other account, I might have taken this for purple build. I've definitely also farmed them a little bit just for that. Yeah, I definitely still have a Slayer. I feel actually both second and third account have all of the... Like maybe if we get a yellow festive, I might keep that, but nothing else really. Because skill haste, skill damage, festive, you can kind of put it in a mortar build and kind of just be silly with it. But
Safe area entered.
But
Hostile control point nearby.
and here we saw him spawn here. This is his other spawn. I'm actually gonna fire his way because he usually runs away. But yeah, there's a sewer there and a sewer there. And that's really the thing with all of the good spots he kind of spawns. It's always basically, he has a bunch of spawns nearby, so you have multiple chances basically. It seems to be that every every place that he can spawn kind of counts as a separate chance. Just to check, I don't really... Is it chill out we already know for this account? Festive, I already have a crit chance, crit damage, festive. That one was the crit chance. Okay, so definitely that other one. We don't have a snow machine yet. What else was there? Oh yeah, Slayer. Let's actually have a look. Yeah. Slayer O'Carroll. Level 36 O'Carroll. Cooler. Actually, I haven't ever. Yeah. So maybe if we get a better looking one. And of course, we would damage the targets out of cover on it because we have to, right? Even here is the best. Well, nothing else applies to it, actually. Because yeah, we would think rate of fire, but yeah, that doesn't actually help. Yeah. So this one we can deconstruct. It's only if we get really good stats of the weapons we can still use that.
Entering safe area.
It's already kind of peeking at who is up already. Streaming wise. That's it. In a little bit, we're gonna go raid one of them. Although I think. Okay, yeah. Yeah. We'll go with Thirsty Like Me. The other way. What? Why did the minimap kind of guide me that way? And another cooler. Yeah, that's kind of the downside of trying to farm this guy. It's like back when it was fewer items, it was easier to get certain things out of him. And here at least as well, I don't even have the snow machine yet, otherwise that would be in this pool as well. It doesn't show up on him until you've gotten one at the very least. So.
Hostile control point detected.
And on this account, I haven't done the project yet, which we're gonna do this evening. It's gonna be what we do this evening because yeah, I kind of need to catch him up. Also, this is the last day that because a bunch of those projects actually overlapped with this week's weekly, so I definitely wanna kind of double dip in that. Just do those projects. That'll be the 3 missions of the weekly as well. I should have just gone south right away. There is one of his points over here, which doesn't trigger until you kind of get a little bit over here, but yeah, that stuff there. He's not gonna spawn. On to the next spot. Also, I can feel my tummy rumbling. Do need to eat actually something in a bit. What? Oh, okay. The game had not realized yet that, because yeah, there's nothing underneath there. Jump around, jump around, jump up, and get loot. Hello here, Lily. Yeah, we'll try to get one more. Just one more. Just one more. And then I have to kind of call it. It's gonna go around this way, so might as well intercept them around this way. And yeah, one more useless festive. The festive has been delivered. How many exotic components does this guy have? 22. One of the things actually I totally forgot about, and we kind of have to do as well, is so on this I was trying to save the scouts. I should have done it the other way around. I was trying to save the scouts to do them at the end of the season. Just all at once, kind of, you know. But
Hostile control point
the
nearby.
scouts are actually a really good way to fill up the season pass. One of the things I'm still kind of grinding over is the season pass on this. We still have 20-ish levels to go. But actually, yeah, me avoiding the scouts, because I totally forgotten that, like, because each of these is 2k. Each of, like, completing the 3 of them. Which is 2 levels. Which, yeah, would kind of, because we have up to 8 already, so that would be 16 levels already from that. But then maybe I still leave them and I just grind out without them. Because I might just save them for the end of the season, yeah. I usually keep one character as kind of man. I used to just, well, in the manhunts in the back, and just do them in the last week, basically. Here we'll save them for the, yeah, we'll save the scouts, which are accounts wide. It's no longer per character. But yeah, we are gonna leave it there because I need to go do real life stuff before, you know, IKEA's gotta eat. We're likely gonna go a raiding. Let's actually see who is available. Lazy on the Twitch end, of course. You YouTube peoples, I can't do much against you guys. And yeah, we'll definitely go with hello, what is he doing? Oh, he's doing the, oh, is he, I think he's finishing up a character as well. We'll go this we'll go tasting roadie, no, raiding toasty. My brain is actually gone. And yeah, I'll be back in the evening. That's going to be in 5 hours ish time. Preferably as well, I'll have the video up and running, the rifle video just before I start stream. So yeah, those are upcoming, and yeah, this evening this account needs to catch up on its projects. We're gonna do that. Even though, yeah, we still haven't gotten or I might take them all the way to 5 on each. And then still try to get some of the 5 on each. And then still try to get the harvest. Although one more item in that pool is also like still doable. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we're gonna spend some time here, get this done on this account, get them snow machine, and then also get the weekly done, as a lot of this overlaps with that. So. But yeah, for now, enjoy yourselves some Toasty, who's doing Grand Washington. Although without the timers, I'm not sure. Or is it maybe one of the daily things? Oh, it's Grand Washington Dolls now. I see it better. Anyway, I'll be back in 5 hours. Enjoy yourselves, and thank you all for joining. And as I'm trying to find the button there, yeah. And yeah, thank you for joining. And as always, have a good day.